All right, I would like to welcome everybody here in the living flesh that's shown up this evening for our first in-person planning commission post the COVID emergency. So I'd like to call to order the Malibu Planning Commission regular meeting of Monday, July 17th, 2023. This meeting is being held both in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person and remotely via Zoom. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk before your item is called. Only in-person participants may donate or accept donations of time. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when you wish to speak. Commissioners, when you have comments, please raise your hand and we'll call on you in turn and try to be civil. May I have a roll call?
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
Commissioner Jennings?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Chair Mazza?
Here.
Chair Peak?
I am here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have an approval of the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as staff recommends.
May I have a roll call or I need a second.
I'll second that.
But I'll remind you that we now have a Pledge of Allegiance back on.
Yes, I was just going to say, thank you.
I missed that from the script. I'm sorry, but we're going to get there in 1 second. Yes. Just say yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Chair Peak?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. May I ask Mr. Stewart to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I must say that felt nice. It was nice to hear that in person. We're getting feedback is going to stop in 1 second. Rebecca, can I have a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
The agenda for the meeting was properly posted on July 7th, 2023.
Thank you. I don't believe that we have any ceremonial presentations, so we're going to start with 2A, and is Mr. Haney available? Norm?
Well, first of all, I want to thank each one of you for your service. Some of you have spent 20 years, and I appreciate it. Second, I want to say that in-person meetings provide a better understanding for both the commissioners and the applicant. It allows you to ask questions easily and get the responses. So I think you get a more comprehensive understanding of the project when it's in person. Last, Commissioner Craig Hill made a comment to the City Council at the last meeting, and he suggested that a small compensation would be appropriate to pay to the planning commissioners. You know, I have to agree with him. I think that a token of $250 2 times a month is not unreasonable. It's not a lot of money, and you spend a lot of time. You probably spend somewhere between 20 to 30 hours a week, maybe 40 for some of you. And it's a reasonable fee for the time and energy that you put into it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Norm. No more public comments on 2A. All right. Planning Commission Who would like to start with some comments? Mr. Jennings.
Norm, you couldn't have come up with that 10 years ago? Yeah, there are some problems with it. I mean, if you're employed even at that level for 10 years, there's some retirement monies that the city then has to pay. It gets kind of complicated. So 10 years ago, I think I would have supported it, but not now. I want to add, I know that we've talked about this on the way down here today. Dennis and I drove together, and we both are concerned about the lack of ability of any governmental agency to get the underpass that leads to Zuma Beach cleared. It's been closed now since the rain, or since before the rains, I guess. And when we debated this the last time, I think I might have still been on the council then, the suggestion was made that, no, what we ought to do is just forget about the underpass and make people who are in Zuma Beach turn left across the traffic highway to get in there, which was the worst idea that anybody suggested. And now, because of the inability to clear the underpass, that's exactly where we are. It's a complicated issue. There are lots of people who have an interest in it, but somebody needs to take responsibility and just drive that forward and get it done. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Jeff. Dennis?
Yeah, it's, you know, I went down there and I thought, oh my God, why is this such a problem? And it's not, but it is. It's a 545 John Deere loader and it's an excavator. And the problem is the last people that cleaned it up put everything in the middle tunnel. So the water didn't follow the creek. If they had done that and cleaned it, it would have stayed in the creek area and not gone to the underpass, and we'd have that open. Because I got to tell you, it's a nightmare coming down that hill from Heathercliff, and traffic's backed up way before that. Just, you know, they got the sign on that says Zuma left lane, and of course everybody's trying to figure out a way to do that, but there's still people in the right lane. But it's a shame that that's like that. It's a day's work. It's a day's work with a couple pieces of equipment, 4 guys, and you're out of there. And then the thing's open. It's just ridiculous, but however that goes. And then number 2, I'm kind of on this thing. I had a call from, and I don't get calls very often. I got a call from a lady at Big Rock, and she's been there a long time. She's 82. And she wanted first of all, she didn't water. So, you know, the grass died. And so when her husband died, the maintenance on the house was gone bad. And so she was trying to get some help from a neighbor, and she got it, and they were working on it. But when they went to go put the grass in, I guess they got a call. The city came and told them, you can't put grass, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. So I just thought, you know, there was a time here when we didn't beat each other up like this. You know, these are our people. If somebody wants to change their grass like for like, let them. If they're going to change their fence and they're just changing the fence, let them get a permit. If we give them the opportunity to come get a permit and they know they're going to have a permit in a day, maybe 2, the true over-the-counter thing, we'd probably, Doug Clevenger's load would be 90% gone. It's just we've got to figure out a way not to. Our citizens are, you know, there's a lot of older ones, folks that are here, have been here a long time, and they're all in the same boat. And their house is going bad, but they're afraid to do anything. But anyway, that's something I would really like. I'm going to kind of stay on because I think it needs to happen. We need to figure out a way for our people to come in and really get a permit to do some of the easy things to do. If they want to change their windows, let them change their windows. What do we care? They're not changing elevations. They want to make it more energy efficient. Let them. Let them. But anyway, that's what I got for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Craig?
Yeah, I'll just tag team on the last 2 guys here. On the underpass, maybe we could just get the crew that reaches the berm at the lagoon and get them under there for the day. I echo what Dennis is saying, and my take is that the simple things should be easier to do. And maybe at the high end of the spectrum, if you want to do a 10,000 square foot house, there might be, it might be a little bit more community standards there. The scale is a little bit tilted in some way. My own comments, well, first, thank you, Norm, for bringing that up. I wasn't going to mention it tonight because it's really a matter for council, the statutory stipend for commissioners. It's right there in the code. All the other comparable cities already pay it. So, in fact, I wasn't even going to bring it up to council again, except that when they were talking about the city manager salary, all the rationales for why he legitimately needed increased applied directly to this situation. So I just pointed that out. And, but that's something for council to decide. My own other comments, staff, it's nice to see the current minutes being produced. I think maybe that's a good blend, the way you did one recent one and one past one. That's maybe a good way to catch up and keep us up to date at the same time. About Senate Bill 423 to council, this is really a question for an update from staff when I'm done here or when we're all done. We did get a few comments from Stephen Bruce at the council meeting that the city is actually looking at it. For anybody who's not aware of this, this is a new bill that would make it easier to do multifamily housing and would expressly get rid of the restrictions that apply right now in high fire hazard severity zones and in the coastal zone. So suddenly it would be open the floodgates for much easier development in Malibu. And there's a long history to that, but be good to get an update from staff on what the city's been doing in the week since the council meeting. And then a clarification would be helpful too on the MRCA sign that had no permit that was taken out. And I'm just wondering how that differs from other MRCA signs that have been put up. For example, my little neighborhood, we call it Figment Cove because it's not really a beach. And somehow MRCA has named it Maritime Rocks, sort of arbitrarily, and they put up signs, and I don't know if those even have permits or if they need permits. And then finally, regarding the big orange creamsicle at the Civic Center, we heard at the council meeting that now the county's legal counsel thinks that the Planning Commission approved it. And I think two of you guys were here when that would have happened. And I'd be interested in hearing from both of you what your best recollections might be of what you thought you were approving at the time and whether that big tower was in front of you at the time or what you saw or didn't see. So Richard, hi, thank you. I had a couple questions embedded in there somewhere. Thank you.
Did you want to get an answer from a commissioner on that right now?
Whatever the flow you think, if you guys want to answer now or at the end of what other comments, I don't know, up to you.
John, go ahead.
Okay, I'll answer that one right away. Yes, we did approve it. It's in the resolution. We approved the resolution, but we did not approve it at that height. We approved moving it, and as I remember, we did not have the drawing of the orange and white tower. Before it was a Eiffel Tower-like looking thing. But as I understand, it's 16 feet over what we approved, some version of that. Couple comments. Norm's comment on giving commissioners some kind of stipend. It's not only just the time, it's actual costs, and some commissioners, actual cost counts. You got to drive all over the place and meet people, and kind of disruptive. I don't think it's a big deal, and I know it's not a big deal to fill out a tax form for $250. I fortunately don't need the money, and I would contribute mine to some worthy Malibu cause, but I do think it's something that is a little strange in that they gave the city manager $650 a month for his car, and they can't pay a planning commissioner $250 to work 30, 40 hours. But that's just my opinion. I'm not on the council. Now, speaking of traffic, we discuss traffic here all the time and whether a traffic study is needed. And I tried to go out on Coast Highway on Saturday and Sunday. I tried to go to the market, which is a mile and a half from me. Not a chance. Not a chance at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. In fact, it would probably take me an hour to get to Ralph's if I wanted to go to Ralph's. So I just laugh whenever I hear traffic hasn't changed in 25 years, or it's no big deal, or whatever. The other thing that we talk about making it easier to do small things, but then we have a large thing like I read in the paper a party of 700 at Nobu with no permits, and this is a question of staff, what's being done about that. It's been, I think, 14 years since they were cited for parking, and here you have 700 people on a 4th of July. That's an imposition to the people of Malibu. They have to be able to go up and down that highway. Let's see here. The other thing in the news which bothers me because I grew up in Laguna and I followed it, and I have a house there for 50 years, 60 years. There's a thing called Bluebird Canyon where the city of Laguna almost went bankrupt. They had to shut down all their parks in 2005 for 2 years because they had to pay $54 million in 2005 to replace the houses that slid because of inaction by the city council and the city on a known landslide. And we have a landslide in Malibu. It's called Big Rock. It moves a little bit. It gets monitored. But I always worry about people who come in and say, why don't we beef up our system to monitor it? And it never seems to change. And that is a huge liability if it goes. It usually goes, slides are usually a month or two after the rains, not when the rains are happening. And I was here in, I don't know what year it was, where I had to drive around to get to work in Santa Monica. It took me an hour and a half when the highway was closed for 6 weeks. So these are things that are really important. Whether you need a permit for your window, yeah, it should be simple, but that's not our biggest problem. Let's see. And I had one other thing. That's it, I guess.
Okay, did you want to answer on the tower from somebody else? Was that from another commissioner, or was that from?
Yeah, I just wonder, Commissioner Jennings, if you had a.
I don't have any specific memory of the height that was being discussed. There were a lot of other elements having to do with the structure and the development of the college as a whole. It was, required a lot of variances, and my attention was mainly on that. I don't even remember discussing the height of the tower. I'm sure, but according to John, it was in the resolution, so I guess we did.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, good evening, everyone. Craig, the comments in regards to pay, I think, and Norm, I appreciate you for bringing that. I think it was something we discussed at council when I was on the city council a long time ago. And it probably should be brought back and addressed at some point because there's I found obviously there's a lot of time that gets spent on this job. You are running up and down the highway, and even if whether you're meeting somebody or you're going out of your way specifically to go by a site and go walk it or whatever else, and that doesn't include the hours that you have looking at these nice fine stacks of documents or all the people in the community that are constantly asking every question about everything. But I guess it kind of comes with the job. So hopefully the council will consider that. I hope that everybody had an awesome July 4th. We finally got a little bit of sunshine here. Unfortunately, that has made the traffic quite interesting. It always seems horrible in the summer. I do agree with John. I don't think it's getting better. It's probably getting a little bit worse. And having some steelhead apparently spotted in the Zuma Creek is not making that any easier for clearing out that underpass. I had a conversation about that with our city manager, who is trying to work with Beaches and Harbors and the state and figuring that out hopefully sooner than later. I think it's a public safety hazard. The traffic is the traffic. We can all deal with it, but it's just a matter of time till somebody gets killed coming around that corner where Bush and Westward Beach are on PCH. So hopefully that's not falling on deaf ears and something's getting done about that very, very quickly. Other than that, do we have any comments from our planning director?
Thank you very much, Chair. No comments from the department at this time, but to hit on some of the items brought up by the other commissioners tonight. The MRCA sign issue that's been in the newspaper really isn't an issue about the public signs and whether or not the signs need a coastal development permit. It's an issue of requiring a permit to be located in the public right-of-way. The LCP and the MMC both provide an exemption for public access signage and signage that directs the public. The issue here was that the signs were constructed in such a manner that they posed a safety hazard to vehicles, and we had requested that they receive a review for a traffic-related review. Typically, MRCA signs are part of the approval we give for the development that they're proposing. For example, there was mention of the vertical access way, the new one there in the vicinity of Big Rock. The signage was part of that approval. I believe we actually required them to post a sign about checking the tides. I think that was the comment we had, or the condition we had added to that coastal development permit. On the issue of Nobu, we are going to be meeting with the management of Nobu, and we're also including in that meeting the fire department and also the sheriff's department, as they were both on scene that day, as I understand, and observed the number of folks that were on site. The city's code enforcement staff has issued them a citation, and we've initiated this meeting because we are looking for a resolution. Code enforcement isn't equipped to go out to a party and break up a party and send everyone home. That's where we rely on our partner agencies, such as the Sheriff's Department, for that kind of assistance. So we would like to, as part of this, investigate, the actions that were taken that day by those agencies when they went out to investigate. And that'll all be part of an internal meeting we have coming up with Nobu and code enforcement, and as I mentioned, those agencies. And I'll be glad to report back as we progress with that. And also, as part of this too, we are going to once again pursue having Nobu provide us with the outstanding materials that last time when we brought the Signal Sync project before this commission, and there was a portion of the project that included Nobu, I believe, if I'm not mistaken from my notes, we conditioned it or continued it because we were looking for information from Nobu. So we'll be following up on that as well. We've unfortunately lost the staff member working on that project, so I'm having to get a new staff member and bringing them up to speed on that. And I believe with that, I hit on the questions for the planning department. Pat will address the questions about the state bill.
Chair, if I may, a couple quick follows. On the Big Rock thing, there was a condition of signage that we got in, and they put up the sign that said hazardous because I had called out that over the years there had been a couple drownings there, and they put up the sign, and then once they finished the beach, they took it down and put up the different sign saying now Maritime Rocks. I don't know why they took the sign down. I tried to get them to put it back up, but they blew me off pretty much. And then what about SB 423? Any movement on that?
Sure. So, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Quick question on Nobu. If a restaurant's permitted to have, say, 120 guests and they have 700, would that require a TUP? That seems to be a special event.
And that is I'm sorry I didn't mention that. It's the lack of a permit, which we wouldn't have approved because of the code enforcement on the site. It is because they did not approve a permit that there is an issue. That is the genesis of all of this. Yes, that event, in our opinion, does exceed what the conditional use permit allowed for.
And Commissioner Hill, as it pertains to SB 423, you are correct. That proposed bill does extend the sunset clause of SB 35 to, I believe, 2036. And then I guess most germane to the city of Malibu removes that exclusion for that property within the coastal zone. I know at the end of last month, it was re-referred back to the Committee on Natural Resources, so it has not been adopted. Numerous entities, including the Coastal Commission, have come out in opposition to it, and so it's just kind of a wait-and-see approach here to see what the state legislature does. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Anything else, anybody? No? Okay, all right, we're on to the consent calendars. Anything pulled by the public for consent, or by you guys?
Item 3B2 was requested to be pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to pull 3B4 and 3B5.
Okay, well, then I would like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar, pulling items 3B2, 3B4, and 3B5.
I will second that.
Chair,
Before that, we do have a hand raised in the virtual meeting.
Oh, thank you for reminding me about that. We need like a little disco ball that'll flash when that happens.
There's 2 raised hands. The first one's Joe Drummond.
Okay. Are we queued up and ready to go?
Hi, I just want to pull 3B2 also, so sorry, thanks.
Thank you.
The next one's Ilana Turner.
Ilana?
Hi, yes. Hi, yes, I'd like to speak on item 3B2 as well.
Okay, thank you.
and question on 3B4, it's minutes. You would recuse on things you didn't vote on, but do you sign the resolution then also, or how does this work?
I think I signed the resolution based on your guys' vote.
And in this case, it wouldn't be a resolution. You'd simply sign the minutes based on the vote of a quorum of the body.
That was the reason I pulled it. I questioned whether, and this is a lawyer question, if you weren't on the commission, do you have to go watch a meeting to sign them, or how does that work if you weren't even on the commission at the time the minutes were taken?
Right, correct. The minutes are not an attestation by the signatory of, of his or her recollection. Rather, it's just a reflection of the vote of the body. So no, it is entirely appropriate. If there was a new commissioner up here who was put towards the chair, and they, and you guys all voted for nothing to approve the minutes, he or she would be allowed to sign said minutes.
I no longer want to pull it.
Well, I'm just so grateful that you were trying to add to my workload. All right, so I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar, pulling items 3B2 and 3B5.
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Chair
So
Peak,
we will start with.
No, we got to vote.
We
Correct,
should
Chair
vote.
Peak.
That's always wise.
Chair Peak,
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so now we're going to start with 3B2, which is Malibu Inn Motel CDP number 09-067 mitigative neg MND number 20-003. Do you want me to read the rest of this stuff, or are we good?
I mean, traditionally, you do read the whole thing.
Okay, let's just keep it that way. An initial study number 20-003, CUP number 18-002, variance number 18-030, 18-031, and 20-035, and site plan review 18-025, an application for development of a motel project at 22959 Pacific Coast Highway. All right, I don't know if we're not really having a staff report on this one, so you pulled it and a member of the public pulled it, is that correct?
You should have a couple of speaker slips.
I do, and we're going to start with Mr.
And we also have some virtual speakers for the item.
Okay, so let's go ahead and we will start with Ryan Embry.
So my understanding is you're approving a resolution that purports to make findings of fact And there was a lot of discussion on how that isn't really possible, that it's a 4-story building when there's a limit of 2 stories, that it's really a hotel because it has amenities and is not a motel and therefore requires more parking than was in the findings that you were making. And to the height and the 50-something foot retaining wall behind it, which digs into the coastal bluff. So all of these things are very creative interpretations that are new types of interpretations by the city to things that have never been approved before. So this is quite amazing. And I'm not saying there's a conspiracy of 3 of you to do stuff that really required a variance, but it just doesn't seem to look right, especially when the first story is 15 feet. And that really doesn't leave you much left to go to 24 feet. I attended a special meeting at the city to understand how this could possibly be. And the planner said, well, really, this is a building with 4 first floors. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't sound possible. Went to the whiteboard and stair-stepped the 4 things into the hill. And I don't know, Adrian can speak to that because he was there and did the mock-up. But it's somewhat absurd. And a lot of people are just scratching their heads as to how this could possibly be. So I'm sure somebody's going to appeal this, but with the recent chastising by the chair of the California Coastal Commission as to the city, its staff, and its planning commissioners, city council just not following the law, it looks like this one's ripe and going to make you all look bad and the city look bad. So I know Coastal likes hotels, that's not the issue, but this is a hotel, it's not a motel, and the zoning is incorrect. So how you can make all these findings of fact and certify it tonight, I think a lot of people are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Question, Rebecca, are we going to put the applicant at the end?
The applicant has requested to come at the end.
Okay, that's fine. So we go to virtual?
The virtual.
Yeah.
There are 2 raised hands. First, we'll hear from Alana Turner.
All right, Alana, are you there?
Hi. Good evening, Chair Peak. My name is Alana Turner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 32,000 hotel and food service workers across LA and Orange County, represented by Unite Here Local 11. Local 11 shares many of the concerns raised by others about this project, such as those raised by the Malibu Township Council, Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, the California Coastal Commission staff, and others leading up to the May 31st hearing earlier this year. We have a number of additional objections. We're concerned that the proposed project is misleading to mask inconsistencies with local coastal program development standards. For example, why is the 3,000 plus square foot rooftop deck not counted in the project's proposed floor area ratio calculations? In regards to height, plans show the top of the structure is 36 to 68 feet above ground level. Why is the project not seeking a variance from the local coastal program's height restrictions maxed out at 2-story and/or 28 feet? We're also concerned that the project is being described as a motel versus a hotel, the latter of which is restricted to the CV2 when the proposed site is CV1. If it's a motel, what are the proposed room rates? Our union advocates for working people like our members to live, work, and recreate along the coast. To this end, we agree with the local Coastal Commission staff that a lot more evidence is needed to determine whether and how the project will contribute to the city's lack of affordable overnight accommodations. Until these questions are adequately resolved, Local 11 respectfully requests the city deny the project approvals. Lastly, we ask the city clarify all applicable appeal procedures for this project. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Alana.
Next is Joe Drummond, followed by Lonnie.
Honorable Planning Commission, I'm here on behalf of Malibu Township Council, who is pulling this item as the resolution does not comply with our existing codes and is incorrect and illegal. The acts were contrary to law, the LCP, and constitute unnoticed zone change via special privilege and unnoticed variance regarding Okay, and regarding subterranean garage, as it is more than 3 feet in vertical height from finished grade to the bottom of the finished floor above, makes it officially a story and not subterranean. The Malibu Municipal Code under definition 17.02.060 specifically states subterranean garage means that portion of a building or an area enclosed by walls used for parking and storage of vehicles, which is located below finished grade and beneath or partially beneath the first floor footprint above, where the vertical distance from finished grade to the bottom of the finished floor above is no more than 3 vertical feet at all points around the perimeter of all exterior walls, except for that portion of the wall with the opening for vehicular ingress and egress. A subterranean garage does not constitute a story. Therefore, this garage is not subterranean as stated in the resolution, as it is 11 feet from the ground floor elevation to the top of the first floor footprint above, or 15 feet from the finished grade of the garage, so much higher than 3 feet. Therefore, it is a story and must be counted as the first floor. The project being at minimum 3 stories, which is not allowed in Malibu. With the rooftop deck, elevator shaft, and swimming pool makes that level 4th story, which is a blatant code violation. I discussed this specifically with Adrian Fernandez a few weeks ago, which apparently was holding up the resolution, but somehow codes were still ignored. In my email to you today, there are still at least 10 other code violations in the resolution that City Council and the Coastal Commission will not ignore. These include the height, setbacks, coastal bluff excavation of over 20 million pounds, and the swimming pool must be open to the general public. It is not the least environmentally damaging option and requires a zoning change to accommodate the actual hotel, not a motel. Also, the same lot cannot be used for 2 different lot septic systems. It is not CEQA compliant, including traffic, parking, noise, and safety. The Alcohol Board is specifically authorized to refuse the issuance of a license to any establishment next to a school or church. This is directly next to an early childhood education center and a synagogue, and it must be denied off-site parking over 300 feet away, as Malibu Beach Inn was denied being only 320 feet away, and this parking is over 1,500 feet away. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and not wasting City Council's time on this matter until it is all brought to proper legal code. The behavior, acts, and attitude of city staff, Planning Commission, and City Council comprises the overall reputation that coastal commissioners hold against the city. If the Planning Commission reverses their decision on the illegal resolution and denies the project, it will not look bad at City Council if it's subsequently appealed by the applicant. So I suggest you do that. This project needs to be sent back, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Hakeem.
There's one more speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Lonnie.
That was Joe Drummond.
I was going to cede my minutes to Joe Drummond, but I don't know if she's finished or not.
Oh, we're not unable to do that with virtual speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you could. Well, then I agree with the first 3 speakers and what they had to say. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you kindly. Mr. Hakeem.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I'd like to start first and foremost by just saying it's a pleasure to be in front of you, and I want to thank you in person for all your hard work and dedication to the city. I did want to comment, I'm not going to go into too much detail about what the other speakers had said about the plans or the height or what issues they have with the project. I do know that there is no ambiguity. We worked very hard and tirelessly with staff to put together a project that they supported, which they did not do easily. And I think it's something that we can all be proud of, and I know a lot of people are supporting. And we're very happy with what we've been able to put together, and we thank staff for all their hard work, because I know it's been years in the making, and we really did want to try to put together a winning project that did conform to what the city stood behind and would also support. As far as the resolution is concerned, I only had one small comment, which was item number 126, speaking about the prohibition of amplified sound. It states that ambient music is allowed as long as it is not audible within 5 feet of any neighboring building. And I think it was just a misprint, but alluding to number 35, it states plainly audible, and I think that should be the correct terminology used also in 126. So that's my only comment, just if we could add the word plainly, not just audible, because I think it's very ambiguous if it just says audible. And that's all I have to say, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners,
If I may?
you may.
I think first off, our understanding here is that we are only voting on whether the resolution accurately reflects what the commission decided at the past meeting. That said, having opened the item, we do have room for some comment here. And I think, well, just to address that last comment, I think that probably makes sense to, on the sound, but it should probably be made in line with the city's own code that has a specific decibel reading at neighbors' houses. I forget what it was, but it was something like it's got to be under 40 decibels or something along those lines at a neighbor's house. To sort of put that in line with the noise ordinance would probably be the best fix there if we're fixing anything now. But just broader comments, I think a lot of what Ryan and Joe and the Malibu Township Council have said is accurate. And I'll just renew my observation that I made the last time, that I went through and counted. There were 46 findings, and I could not make 45 of them. And a lot of them were just because there was, for example, a statement that there were special circumstances that would justify, for example, the 50-foot wall. Well, not really. That kind of site is all over Malibu, is just like that. And Lester Tobias had showed us designs that didn't require a big retaining wall like that. And likewise, a lot of the findings talked about it being the least environmentally impactful option. And again, Lester's plan showed that there was a way to do this site with no variances. One thing that I think the resolution, if we're talking about just that now, I think it ignores or at least glosses over the lack of a state water board determination for this project, not the previous project. That was a little fuzzy how we left that the last time. And just one final objection, just for the record, that I think was left out the last time was that the CV1 zoning requires that the pool be open to the general public. And I know at one point the applicant said, well, the motel guests are the general public, and that's not the meaning of that. Once they become paying patrons of the establishment, they're no longer general public. So if you were to have a pool in this zoning, you would have to have access to, you could come pay $5 or $10 and swim in the pool. Finally, I just wanted to say too, the way the traffic is designed with the no left turn signs as required by Caltrans, that sets up a plan here where the legitimate way to go east from this is to go west all the way to Civic Center Way and make a U-turn, which on a busy beach day could add a half an hour, maybe even an hour to your eastbound journey. And people aren't going to do that. They're going to make the right turn and go, oh, I want to go east. And they're going to make a U-turn right in front of Surfrider. And so I think this is what we're building into this plan is going to kill people. That's like one of the most dangerous places in the city. And we're just instituting this notion that we're going to have more U-turns happening right there at Surfrider. So I just want to go on the record with that. I can't underscore that enough. Otherwise, I'll cede the floor to whoever's next.
Mr. Jennings or Dennis?
Yes, I agree that what we're trying to do here is decide whether, as written, the resolution accurately expresses what we decided back at the meeting in May, whenever it was. And my memory is that the main thing that I wanted to correct was there were references in the findings of the variances to the effect that the variance had to be granted or else no construction could have taken place or no project at all could have taken place. I asked that we agreed that all those should be taken out, and my reading of it indicates that they have been taken out. So I support passage of the resolution. I'm sure it will go to the City Council. And although historically there are lots of claims that we ought to have local control, I'm sure that it'll also be appealed to the Coastal Commission. So we're not the final decider on this. That's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. John? Dennis?
I'm good.
Okay, I'll move 3B, what is it, 3B2?
Okay, I will second that. I just would like to correct the language in regards to the sound. And I think,
I don't think we decided. We have to vote on what we decided, and that's what we decided. Now, remember, it's not a material fact because the synagogue and school are less than 30 feet away. So you can hear it, you can hear it. They're literally on the same level, 30 to 35 feet away from the pool and the bar. Now, whether it's audible or whatever the other word was, we said can hear.
Well, if that's what it is, then that's what you're voting on, and council will review it de novo so they can change it if they want.
that sounds beautiful. All right, I will second it. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Jennings?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza?
I forgot half my notes, but I would have read Ed Niles' letter saying this is the worst decision ever made in the city of Malibu and the Planning Commission, so I'm going to abstain.
And Chair Peak?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are now on 3B5. Correct? Or which one was it that you said it was okay? 3B4 or 3B5? I forgot.
3B5 we're on.
3B5. Okay. All right. Administrative Coastal Development Permit, Woolsey Fire, number 22-005. An application to allow for the construction of a new 5,643 square foot, one-story, single-family residence with a 990 square foot basement, 729 square foot attached garage and associated development, including the construction of a new 900 square foot detached second unit for a total development square footage of 7,272 square feet. A new swimming pool and spa, reconfiguration of the existing driveway, hardscaping, landscaping, grading, and installation of a new on-site wastewater treatment system on a Woolsey Fire affected parcel located at 29271 Greenwater, the beautiful neighborhood of Point Doom. All right.
Those are 5A.
Okay, do we have any speaker slips for 5B?
This is
3B5.
3B5.
Sorry, 3B5. I got confused.
I don't have any in-person speaker slips for that item. Do we
nothing
have any
virtual?
Virtual?
Okay. One of you pulled it. You want to start, John?
Yeah, I'll start. And unfortunately, coming here is quite a shock, so I left my notes on this on my desk. But what our first
you want
question.
To take a recess and go get them?
Oh yeah, right.
I'm off.
No, I never torture people like that. On page 2 of this 2-page staff report, it gives 13.13 and 13.29 LIP chapter 2.2, and it adds to what we've never had before. It adds, notwithstanding other provisions of the LCP, attached or detached second dwelling units shall be processed and administrative permits, except that the approval of such permits shall be appealable to the Coastal Commission if the project is located in the appeal zone. I went through the first 3 months of this year looking at all the resolutions and all the staff reports, and that language does not appear. Okay, and I wondered where it came from, because 13, and this is from memory, so I don't know exactly what I'm saying here, but from 1345, it talks about guest houses and that you cannot do this at over 110%. So I do not know if the City Council ever providing any LIP amendment to make guest houses administratively permittable when it says you may not do that in 13.13. And I looked up 13.13, there's no change in language. So how did the staff come up with the fact that all of a sudden they can approve with an ACDP, a detached guest house. And that's an important thing because that is a big change, okay?
A lot of applications real fast.
And that's like saying, take half our applications away, okay? Now, that cannot be decided by the planning department, cannot be decided by the city council. It must be an amendment to 13.13 at the Coastal Commission. And so it just puzzles me why we're getting, I don't see much wrong with this house. In fact, I see almost nothing wrong with it. But we're not allowed to do this.
Is the question to staff then, Commissioner, that how is it that staff can administratively approve?
The question is very succinct. Always before we follow the code, it ended at G. It ended where G starts, attached dwelling units, okay? And then it excludes that from all other provisions of the LIP, including 1345. And it's not, 1345 says you can't do it. 1313 says you can't do it. So I want to know the genesis of who decided that and how they did it without the Coastal Commission, and why this is before us as an ACDP.
So once again, for clarity purposes, is the question, how is it that staff can approve a secondary dwelling unit administratively?
When it says you can't.
So 13.13.1b states that, I think it mirrors that language exactly. B states, notwithstanding any other provisions of the LCP, attached or detached second dwelling units shall be processed as administrative permits, except that the approval of such permit shall be appealable to the Coastal Commission if the project is located in the appeal zone. And that was done through Ordinance 445.
And when was that ordinance passed?
2019. And the history behind it is that, and I think, Tyler, you may be able to help me with this since you've been working on the ADU ordinance. The Coastal Commission responded to the state bill that essentially allowed anyone by right to create a junior ADU or full-size ADU?
Yeah,
Sorry, 500 or more.
Yeah, JDU and then conversion of
Okay,
existing space.
the Coastal Commission's guidance was that a jurisdiction with a local coastal program had to still demonstrate that the ADU or second unit that someone's putting in was still consistent with the Coastal Act. The give, if you will, that the Coastal Commission gave to the public was that if you were located in the appealable zone, a second unit no longer required, or an ADU, no longer would require a full public hearing. It would basically allow for an administrative process so that there was, and the intention from my reading of the Coastal Commission letters and our discussions with them was that Coastal Commission staff wanted to a process to ensure that somebody checked for consistency with the Coastal Act. And then also, if it's in the appeal zone, it gives the Coastal Commission the ability to also ensure compliance with the Coastal Act. But that change was processed in 2019 by the city in response to, it was a guidance letter, if I'm not mistaken, was April of 2018. A guidance letter from the Coastal Commission. And so we added Section B to our code, and it's in the LIP, that allows for the administrative processing of these types of developments.
You're saying we actually had an LIP amendment that came before us, went to City Council, went to Coastal Commission, got approved by City Council, got sent back to us, and we reviewed it and accepted it. That didn't happen.
The sentence that I read to you is what's published in our local coastal program, and it has the ordinance numbers attached to it.
Municipal code ordinance or LIP amendment? Because the letter I read, there were two letters, and the letter said, we recommend that you follow state's laws, even though you are exempt because of high fire zone, we recommend you follow as closely as you can and allow ADUs, which we never passed, okay? Never went to city council and got passed, and said, you must come back to us with an amendment. Didn't happen. And you're saying this happened in 2019. Every staff report I have seen, and I went back and looked at 12 of them, including the first one of this year, and every 2 months after that, doesn't include that language. That appeared on this staff report.
Commissioners, your question that it's an ADU or a second dwelling unit?
They wrote us a letter about ADUs, not second dwelling units.
Correct.
Okay, and then specifically, if you look, I looked up the LIP, it did not have that language. Okay, and it's never appeared in any of our staff reports, and I read that letter probably 50 times to make sure what was going on. The city council heard ADUs, they heard second dwellings, they said, essentially, the staff member, because they never voted on it, Joyce Parker Boslinski said, we were going to have ADU, in our ADU law, that second dwelling units, other than inside of the house, must follow the CDP process. That's what was proposed to the city council. Why would the city council consider that? Why would our ex-head planner say that when it already existed that another way? Why would they do that?
So the issue here is not one of ADUs or secondary units. In the report, the word secondary unit appears. In the code that is cited in the report and also published on the city's website, secondary unit appears. ADUs is something that we're adding through the amendments that are coming that particular term. But once again, what we're talking about here are secondary units. And really what that change in the code was, if you look before, we could still process a secondary unit as an accessory to a single family residence. The difference of why that was added, and I'm looking at ordinance 445 right now, is the administrative process for those that are appealable. And that was truly the genesis of that. This is new language in our staff report in response to this particular commission, because there's been a lot of question over what the staff can and can't approve. And there were some errors in the past when we had perhaps references for the house when there were projects before you for the wastewater system. And so this paragraph was updated recently to match what is published in our local coastal program. So I realize you disagree with me. However, if you look at our local coastal program, and I believe our city attorney was looking at the same time, that language is published language, and I'm working on getting you the language specifically out of 445.
You're saying this actually went to a coastal commission hearing and they changed the LIP. And it actually went to the city council and they put an LIP application to change this. That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct. We wouldn't have arbitrarily changed the city's coastal LCP online or published documents.
Well, we'll see at coastal, I guess. But that's not what it reads when you look it up. And
okay,
I don't know how to proceed with that. Now, let's see. Also 1345, I don't know if that got changed. I don't have it in front of me, but that says you can do this as an administrative under Woolsey fire burnouts if it is limited to 110%. As I understand, this house is more like 170%, okay? And I'd like to know how you reconcile 100, going from, and unfortunately, we went up to 72 square feet, and as I remember, it turned out to be 172% of the original.
So what you have here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, this is a CDP for a new house. This is identified as a Woolsey parcel because it's a residence that burned in the Woolsey fire. However, because they are exceeding the 110%, it is brought to you as a coastal development permit. And so you are able to treat this no differently than any other administrative permit for a new single-family residence.
But a CDP is a coastal development permit, and a CDP is an administrative coastal development permit. Specifically says coastal development permit.
A administrative CDP will allow for the construction of a new single-family home provided it is not located in the appealable jurisdiction. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, this is not located in the appealable jurisdiction.
Now tell me why it has a Woolsey fire designation and why that's in your staff report.
We have made it a practice that on any parcel affected by the Woolsey fire to identify it as such, whether it's a CDP or it's an APR or a planning verification, it's for the purposes of tracking so that we are able to tag these particular properties so that when we're asked how many of the fire parcels have rebuilt or have permits, in our database we look for the applications with the WF ending. So it has been a practice that the city has taken on since 2018.
Okay, and since we've been getting Woolsey permits, they go through, we never even see them until the septic has to be approved. And then it has to come to us. And that's also in the language of 1345. So this is I don't know how, and I'll blame myself if I'm wrong. I don't know how I can miss a coastal commission hearing and a city council hearing, which I listened to every single one of them, where I don't remember a word about this, not a word. And I cannot believe that you use in your staff reports all the time ADUs. There is no such thing in Malibu because we never passed a law, but we use it and use it because, oh, it's a guest house, it's an ADU. It's not. And I'm sure your insistence on this will get it passed. Just hope it passes coastal. If it wasn't approved by the city council and coastal in a hearing, according to the Coastal Act. I'm wrapped up.
Thank you, John. Do we have any other comments on this?
I have a couple concerns.
Okay.
I guess first, a similar theme. I just need to have this explained to me. The 13.3, the planning director may process administrative permits if the project is for any uses specified, any other developments not in excess of $100,000. The way I read this, and we've gone through this before, I don't remember how we resolved it, but if it's, over $100,000, then it's a CDP. What am I reading wrong here, Richard?
Certainly, if you can give me a moment, I'm actually trying to find so I can be consistent. We did discuss this with the Coastal Commission, and I'm not finding the email, I apologize. But let me bring up that section of the code and I'll be glad to explain. So I did go over this with Coastal Commission staff and they checked, I'm assuming with their legal department because it took them some time to get back to me. But essentially, the section I believe you're reading is 13.13 1A4. Any development of 4 dwelling units or less that does not require demolition, comma, and any other developments not in excess of $100,000 other than any division of land. The question posed to the Coastal Commission was, and to quote our chair, a pool cost over $100,000 in this town. Sorry to put you on the spot, Chair. I believe that's what you said. And, that means, that's an improvement to an existing structure. So the Coastal Commission made it clear that 13.13.1A applies to improvements to an existing structure, any single-family dwelling, meaning new construction, lot mergers, any development of 4 units or less that do not require demolition. And then they said that the portion here that says, and any other development not in excess of 100,000 other than a division of land, the Coastal Commission stated that that applies to any other developments not listed in items 1, 2, or 3, and then 5, 6 as well.
Go ahead.
The reason this looks odd is that this language comes from the state's Coastal Act. The issue here is that as a city, we have added items 5 and 6. Under the Coastal Act, it's my understanding that it stops at 4. And so it's kind of like, look at the list above. If you're not there, then it does not qualify. In retrospect, and God, we did water wells, I want to say within the first couple of years of the city obtaining its LCP, we really should have moved section 4 to section 6 and made it more clear. But essentially, the Coastal Commission said that first off, you can't have a section that conflicts with the other sections. And that came directly from their attorneys, as I understand. So if you said any other development in excess of 100,000, they said that would be you can't build a house for $100,000, so that would conflict with number 2 and potentially number 1. And so therefore, that section of the code essentially is any other developments than those listed.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple thoughts here at once. The way I'm reading it is to say, well, yeah, you're exempt because it's a single-family dwelling, the 1, 2, and 3, and then the any other would be everything beyond what's previously covered. And in this case, there's clearly $100,000 worth of stuff beyond the single-family house. And I'm not sure whether the demolition factor is relevant here or not, but I think the way it's written, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that was the end, and so it was sort of the catch-all phrase at the end. But even as a catch-all phrase at the end, there's more to catch here that's worth $100,000 or more, because you've got these ancillary, the second unit and all the other stuff. So so I don't see a way to read that congenially here. I'll leave that and move on, because it sounds like we're at a point where we could just argue about it. But my other concern about this, and I know I'm going to get some scowls, but I think I need to mention it anyway. They haven't counted the 451 square feet of the mechanical room as developed area for TDSF. And yeah, you would not count it as habitable area if you're doing a calculation like a 2-to-1 rule kind of thing. But we count as development, we have counted something as mundane as a retaining wall. And you're talking about up to 6 feet in height of a developed area that's got walls and a ceiling and a lot of gear in it. And I think that goes towards TDSF, which, because they're so close to the limit, even if you said let's count it at half because it's basement level, that would still put them over the limit on TDSF if you're going to count that. So I think, to be consistent, I've called for that in the past, that development counts as development. And I don't think I ever got a clear rejoinder on that told me I was wrong about that.
On the issue of the mechanical room, if I'm not mistaken, Tyler, 5 feet 11 inches is what they're showing because of the overhead equipment. A policy that goes back 1 or 2 directors ago, perhaps, maybe it was only one director. If a space was less than 6 feet in height, then it was considered a mechanical room, because per the building code, you need a over 6 foot clearance in order for that to become a habitable space. And the city's practice has been to allow for that to be not counted in the square footage because it could not be considered habitable space or permitted as such. And it's a area that is limited to mechanical equipment and used for that reason. And the basis, from what I could tell when looking into this, because I know we've had this discussion before, the basis on it is that if you look in the LIP, areas that have less than 6 feet, I believe it is, under the floor area ratio section of the code, and I could pull the exact definition if you like, those do not count towards the floor area. So when the previous director was looking to figure out what height she would use, that's where the 6 feet, I believe, came from, and it's been a practice that this department has brought forward to the commission. But of course, if the commission finds that the square footage should be counted, and there's a majority vote in that direction, we can look into that.
Well, again, that is, I agree that is probably at least some of the past practice, but we have called a retaining wall development, and that's certainly not a space even at all. And it seems to me that I agree this is not floor area if you're talking about habitable space. And so you wouldn't use it as a habitable measure, but it is part of the development. And we call all kinds of, things that are less built as development. This is a fully as built as anything else we call development. So I think probably however we resolve it, that is something to come back and clarify it more formally.
And I want to be clear, I don't disagree that it's not development. It has a fixed location on the ground. It is construction. The question is, do we add it to the square footage of the home? And I don't disagree with you that it is development. I apologize if I wasn't clear on that.
Okay, and then let's see, I had just one other thought on this. This is minor in the big picture here, but they've got a hedge all the way around of Bay Laurel, which can reach 60 feet in height, and if they're all crowded together as they have them, they might reach only 20 feet in height, but that's probably not the go-to plant that you want to be approving right on the street side hedge.
That's what a hedge trimmer's for.
Yeah, right. You ever seen a hedge trimmer on Point Doom?
Okay. Yeah, that and a leaf blower here and there. Any other comments on this? Mr. Jennings.
I have one more.
Okay, we'll be back to you after Mr. Jennings.
Yeah. Discussing about the limits of 13.1 and the $100,000 limit, it simply ignores some of the really clearest language in the LIP. Notwithstanding any other provisions of the LCP, attached or detached second dwelling units shall be processed as administrative permits. Richard didn't have an option here. He had to process as an administrative permit. We've had the discussion of whether service spaces or I'm not sure what mechanical rooms are to be counted or not. We have actually the policy extends back further than the last director. In my memory, it's always been the policy that we don't count those, and I can think of projects that have been built a long time ago. So I think it was before Bonnie was the director. And the problem with that is that if you're going to make a change in the way the law is applied, the way to do it is not to have a project spend God knows how much money to come in front of this body and then have us say, you know what, I know it's the way it's been applied before, but now we're going to apply it this different way because we think that's a better interpretation of the code. The way to do it is to go back to the people who actually write the rules, the city council, and say, look, this is wrong. You should really make it clearer. You should really count this space and make it prospective so that people coming forward know what the rules are able to design to the rules, and are able to avoid spending the ridiculous amounts of money it costs to get even to the point of getting a permit in the town. So I don't necessarily think that you're right or wrong about the issue of whether that should be counted as space. It's just the way to go about it to get your position adopted is not to do it sort of retroactively by a decision of this council. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation on whatever it is, 3B5, is that where we are? Yeah, 3B5.
Chair, we do need to get public comment before we.
Oh, and just in one comment, I will simply add, because I like to remind people of it. Our LCP interpretation manual, number 11, says that when we are deciding whether an administrative permit is appropriately granted or not, we're really supposed to be limiting our decision to whether or not the planning manager made the right determination in treating it as a CDP, not other issues of substance, just a question of whether is this something that qualifies. Is it a single-family dwelling? Is it that sort of thing? Is it within the appealable zone? Yes, no. Those are the decisions we're supposed to be making, at least according to LCP Interpretation 11. And that, I will renew the motion for approval.
Okay, so you're making a motion to approve, and you were seconding, Dennis?
I second.
Okay, John, you had another comment? But hold on. Before we get to the motion, I need to make sure, is there any public comment on this? No, okay. John.
Okay. In the past, and in fact now, we have something called the LIP Interpretation Manual. And in the past, if you wanted to know what was going on, you looked it up in the LIP Interpretation Manual. And several times I've pointed that out to people. Well, as far as I can tell, it hasn't been touched in years. And we're saying here, okay, we changed this, and we interpreted it this way or that way, and we never told anybody about it. It's going to come up in the motel situation where we ignored the Coastal Act because we just decided to change it without going to the Coastal Commission when it comes to motels.
John.
Yeah, so my point is, I have a question. Why don't we ever have ZORACE's meetings? Why don't we have an interpretation manual that's kept up? Why do we have interpretations that we never know about? And we have to ask questions to find out that there's some interpretation.
John, I think that those things are best addressed by the city council, and those comments need to be brought by you or others here directly to the city council.
Well, I'm speaking to two of them, so that's why I'm saying it.
Okay, thank you for the comments on that. Do you have anything else, Greg, or can I get a roll call?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Hill,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Mazza,
No.
Chair Peak.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, I think that that is it now for the consent calendar, and we are on to item 5A. We are almost at 8 o'clock. Does anybody need a break before we start that? Should we do 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm only going to get one break, but I can do it a little later.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, I'm going to say we'll come back at 8 o'clock. That gives us 10 minutes. We can go to the restroom, and then if we need another break, we'll take it. Okay. All right. We'll be in recess.
Cool.
Everybody turn off your Zoom.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody back here, including Don taking his seat. We are now at item 5A, CDP number 21-050 and code violation number 21-01 or -127, an application to replace a failing on-site wastewater treatment system and the extension of Soldier Pile Wall and associated development at 27551 Pacific Coast Highway. Staff report.
Good evening, Chair Peak and members of the Planning Commission. On May 25th of this year, the Planning Director approved an administrative coastal permit. That permit approved the same scope of work that is before you tonight. On June 5th, when that approval was reported to the Planning Commission, there was some discussion regarding the site's slope stability. There was discussion about whether that permit qualified to be treated administratively. And there was some confusion about whether the project complied with the geotechnical requirements, specifically the factor of safety and whether a variance was required. To address the concerns or questions about slope stability and the variance, the city's geotechnical reviewers have provided a clarifying memo, which has been included as attachment 3 to your staff report for tonight, that clarified that the project as proposed does comply with the 1.5 factor of safety, and the site slope stability has been adequately addressed. I was just going to ask you to advance the slide. I forgot I have control now. Let's see, next slide. Okay, so the subject parcel is developed with the residents located on the north side of Pacific Coast Highway, east of Winding Way. The parcel is approximately 58,000 square feet in size, and according to the LA County Assessor's Office, the residence was originally constructed in 1999. This graphic is a closer view of the existing residential development. There is, as noted in your staff report, there is an open code violation on the property. That violation is for an expired septic operating permit and some unpermitted improvements that were made to the residence. Because the failed system poses health and safety concerns, it was determined that the replacement system required immediate attention while the owner prepares the architectural plans to address the unpermitted development. And here is a site plan that shows the improvements for the installation of the septic system. It includes several components in blue, which is, I guess, located on the north and west of the structure are 3 new areas for dispersal fields. Highlighted or clouded in red are the extensions to the existing soldier pile wall, which are required to maintain site slope stability. And then just west of the soldier pile wall, northwest of that, are leach trenches, which essentially serve as like drainage features for the septic system. Since the staff report was published, staff did receive correspondence from a neighbor. Her concerns were related to the use of a residential care facility in the single-family residence. She also had concerns about the failed system, that there are numerous truck trips that come up the street that pump the system, I believe, about twice a week. There's also, she also had concerns about porta potties, which was agreed to be used while the CDP was going through its process. She was also concerned about unpermitted development, which is being worked on through the planning department's process. And there's a couple of additional conditions that staff proposed for your draft resolution. The first will be new condition number 16. which I'll read into the record. While operating as a residential care facility, no more than 6 people can reside in the residential unit at any time. And then the rest of the conditions will change numbers. And the new condition number 48 will read, prior to final planning inspection, the 2 portable toilets must be removed from the property. And that does conclude my presentation. I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to public comment, I would like to do disclosures. None for Jeff.
None.
I visited the site on Saturday with Kevin Poffenbarger, one of the applicants, and I learned that the leach trenches will be offset from the existing hydroggers. I think he said 10 feet. I learned that the terrace in front of the existing pile wall is sloping downward by several degrees, indicating there's been actual movement there. So these slope stability numbers are not just academic. I learned that the potential load on the hydroggers will actually be reduced because the irrigation system extends out over a much wider area of the parcel than the tanks that were there. At the time, we could not show or otherwise confirm whether the hydroggers terminated behind the lower railroad tie wall, which was one of the concerns we had the last time. And I've since seen on the GEO report that was sent to a couple of us today, I don't know if everybody got it, that the diagrams show that the hydroggers terminate behind that wall. So that would be a concern. We can talk about that. I do have a couple questions, but I'll save those till, yeah.
Any other disclosures?
Yes, I read the letter from the city's geologist, which only stated that it had been taken care of. So I asked Renika to get me the actual report, which I guess Craig received today. I left it on my desk. That's it.
Did you learn anything new and special in that report, John?
Yeah, I learned a lot new and special.
But you left it all at home? You're not going to bring it with you tonight?
No, I got what's here.
I'm
That's
just
it.
joking. Okay, all right, we're going to now go to public comment. So is Mark Abramster here? Mark? And you're going to donate your time to Kevin? Okay, I'm just making sure. All right, Kevin, are you around? Yes. And do we have any speakers that are virtual? You're on behalf of the applicant, correct? Yeah, okay.
There's no raised hands right now.
Okay, all right, Kevin, let's give it a whirl. You got 4 minutes.
Kevin mentioned to me that he has Jake Holt, the geologist, on virtual online. Is he?
He's available?
He'll be
Yeah,
out
he's
there?
present.
Jake is available.
Okay.
And then also just to clarify, Kevin, you actually have 15 minutes as representative of the applicant team for an item in the 5 category.
But you're not going to take it, are you, Kevin?
I was at 4. I should be done in 3.
Okay, if you want to reserve, whatever you have, you'll have reserved to answer. We can ask more questions.
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Planning Commissioners. Happy to be here tonight to present this project to you, as well as to be here in person again. The scope of this work for this project is to replace the existing septic system with an advanced treatment and dispersal system, and to construct additional soldier piles to bring the existing soldier pile slope stabilization system back up to the required factor of safety of 1.5 based upon current standards. A little bit of history. The existing system was constructed on or about 1992 and consists of a septic tank and 200% leach field dispersal system. The septic tank and 100% system are constructed. The 100% future system is not constructed. Heavy winter rains in 2004 to 2005 resulted in slope failure on the rear descending slope in the area of the future dispersal system from the 1991 approval. The slope repair consists, which I have on the screen in red, consists of removal and reconstruction of the slope soils, construction of hydroggers, and a soldier pile retaining slope stabilization wall. The slope repair restored the required factor of safety based upon the geotechnical standards in place at the time, and a new evapotranspiration future dispersal area was identified, which is colored in orange on the exhibit. If you go to the next slide, please. Oh, I can just push the button?
Yeah, sorry, we're back in, tangible realm.
Oh, I see. That's amazing. Okay, thank you.
Might even have a laser on it too.
Really? I'll skip the laser. Fast forward to the 2020s, and the existing system is now compromised, and the future dispersal system must be implemented. New geologic analysis by Land Phases, Inc. identified the limits of the landslide to be larger than originally identified and encroaching into the new area designated as future. Likewise, current geotechnical standards reduce the factor of safety of the existing soldier pile wall to below the minimum. As a result, new soldier piles are required to expand the wall and restore minimum safety factor of 1.5 based upon current standards. The new dispersal system consists of two components. Number one, reconstructing the existing leach field to the greatest extent feasible, factoring in the existing slope repair constraints. The approved plan, which is in front of you, shows 92% of the minimum required dispersal area with leach lines. So more dispersal area, additional dispersed area is required, which we identified with number two, about 5,000 square feet of area for subsurface drip irrigation dispersal, also known as evapotranspiration dispersal. And the approved plan shows about 40% of the minimum required dispersal area via evapotranspiration subsurface drip irrigation. So at the last hearing, it was brought up, and you'll note that a portion of the leach lines as well as the subsurface drip irrigation areas are situated in close proximity to the hydro augers. This was discussed extensively during the design process with the consultants and city staff, and unanimous conclusion was that the benefit of the hydro augers warrants keeping them in place. This is managed with the following upgrades to the on-site wastewater system beyond what you would typically see. Number one is increased treatment. There's an equalization tank, optimized treatment is specified, flow monitoring, and duplex redundant industrial grade ultraviolet disinfection systems to treat the water to a substantially higher standard. Number two, in the leach fields, there are supplemental isolation valves and a bentonite cutoff trench to isolate a section of the leach field adjacent to the hydro augers if required, although that's not anticipated. And then number three, the SDI dispersal zones are controlled by valves, and they may be isolated if required. So the upgraded on-site wastewater system is designed for flexibility and operation to ensure the long-term success of this development. I'd like to thank staff for working diligently with us to come up with this outstanding resolution to these issues. The property owner is present tonight. He cares a great deal about getting this resolved and has spared no expense in granting the design team the leeway to come up with the best system possible. The project geologist Jake Holt from Land Phases is present remotely to answer any further questions from a geotechnical or geologic standpoint that you might have, and I'm available to answer any questions. So this is a great project, and I think factoring that this is just a repair to an on-site wastewater system serving an existing development, I hope you start this new era of in-person planning commission hearings with a unanimous vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
God bless. Thank you very much, Kevin. All right, that's it, right? No more public comments, nothing virtual. So we are up here. And Craig, if you would like to start, why don't you go for it?
Yeah, I'll start with just a question. And this, Kevin, you might need to answer this. Well, I don't know if he needs it, but either you told me or I read, I don't remember now, that the new piles would be 10 feet deep. Is that an accurate number, or how deep are they?
The soils report says 10 feet into competent bedrock, and so I think they're on the order of 30 or 40 feet deep, 4 feet diameter.
Oh, so 10 feet into the bedrock.
Into competent materials.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
That clarifies that. All right, well then my other questions just have to do with, and I imagine John has the same series of questions, but we asked for the stability numbers on this, and we didn't really get them. We got Christine saying, bottom line, it should be stable. And those numbers, Renika, they may be in that report that we got. I only had enough time to sort of flip through it quickly this afternoon. I don't know if we actually got the 1.5. What I did see in the report is, and maybe if you could put up slide, page 24 or 25, probably 25 is a little more clear. In advance, I happened to notice those two pages and asked her if she could make a PowerPoint slide out of it, and she's got it. Oh, she's got it for us on our iPads. There it is. How about the next slide? That's page 24. How about 25? There we go. Okay, so this is color-coded safety factor. We can see behind where the wall would be, within that first 15 feet of depth, there's a lot of red, indicating that the safety factor is still way below 1.5. And it doesn't get to 1.5 till we're down maybe, there's not an exact number on it here, but it looks to be about 18 or 20 feet depth. So I don't know how to process this in terms of the requirement that it be that we have a 1.5 safety factor when in fact the whole portion of what's behind the wall right now is well below 1.5. How do we how does that get explained geotechnically?
Might I suggest the consulting geologist speak to that? I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, that might be something for Jake Holt. Yeah.
Yes.
Jake, are you available?
He does have his hand raised.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, that diagram that Commissioner Hill was looking at, that was part of this geotechnical soils engineering report, which delineates what depth has code compliant factors of safety. It is correct that due to the expansion of some of these areas, when we reanalyze them to today's code, the peripheries did have lower than the 1.5 factor safety. So in order to bring the project area up to code compliant 1.5 factor safety, that is the reason the new soldier piles on the ends are getting installed. And so with those diagrams, the soils engineer determined where the adequate factor of safety is, and they recommended 10 feet into competent material, which is located about 30 feet down, I believe. I don't have my reports in front of me, I'm sorry, because I'm on vacation. But all of the current design will be deep in piles to provide code compliant stability. So the new system, as installed, will be in full compliance with the stability requirements of the code.
So just to clarify, what we're looking here is the before state, and then you're saying once we put in the wall, everything back behind there would be green or blue?
You're absolutely correct. That shows existing condition, and that is what the design is based on to make sure the code compliant factor of safety is achieved.
Okay, thank you. I'll let somebody else take the ball here.
John?
Yeah, Jake, maybe I read this wrong, but it sounds like we're approving the extension of the wall, not the wall itself. Is the center portion of the wall going to be replaced? Because apparently that's what this diagram is of. So you're saying well, is that true or not?
No, the center of the wall is a code compliant pile supported retaining wall that was installed as part of the initial repair. Because of the expansion or modifications to the system, greater in areas that are new, that is the reason those areas were determined to have low factor of safety. So an extension of the wall, a longer wall is needed to provide the entire new system with code compliance.
So this diagram here is not the existing condition for the center of the property. That makes 1.5.
Correct. Those are for the ends because we have specific cross-section analyzing the project areas outside of the existing soldier pile wall. So that condition you're looking at is for the ends that are currently unprotected.
And you have a diagram of the center that shows that it hasn't changed, or you studied it?
Correct. That's an existing permitted, soldier pile wall that's performing as designed.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I think I saw it in the report that I just was able to flip through today, but it confirmed that the hydroggers as installed, the outfall of the hydroggers is beyond the pile wall, but upslope of the railroad tie retaining wall below that, which would suggest that to the extent that the railroad ties are not permeable, that you'd have some backup there, some pooling in front of the retaining wall. How is that addressed? Why don't the hydroggers go beyond the railroad tie wall?
The hydroggers shown in red on the geologic map, that's the functioning perforated portion of the hydroggers, the portion that collects water. At those ends, there's outlet pipes. They're essentially manifolded, meaning the pipes are extended via additional subsurface piping to take it further down to, I think, the lowest part of the property, the toe of the slope, which is near that drainage course. So what you're seeing in red is not the actual discharge location where water is being released, which would be, in that case, upslope of the railroad tie walls. The discharge is further down at the slope. So we only kind of illustrate where the functioning portion of the hydrogger is in these maps.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a question for you, Jake. Do you believe that what you've designed is safe and going to work properly?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Not for Jake? Do you have another comment?
I have a question for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, in reviewing another project we have tonight, I found out that, well, number one, this is a rehab. Therefore, it pumps out a lot of water. But when in reading the requirements to have a rehab, you need a license. And to have a license, you can't have any violations. Now, it looks to me in this case, there's a big violation, okay? That's what it basically says. So how did we determine we're going to ignore the violation? Number one, do they have a license and has it been renewed? And number two, who and how did we decide to keep the facility open when they had an open violation and you're not supposed to get a license?
It's my understanding that the residential care facility is licensed, and the owner is here that can confirm that to be the case. So I know there was a lot of back and forth with the city attorney's office and code enforcement over the expired operating permit. And it was determined that because like additional pumping could occur at the site to keep it operable, that it was determined to be allowed to be fine, to continue operation.
So instead of trucks, you say all these trucks that the lady who commented were because the city allowed it, and where we have an ordinance that says you can't have more than 2 trucks every 6 months. But we had 2 a week?
John, that's not what the ordinance says. The ordinance says that if you have more than those amount of waste trucks coming, that it should be reported to the city.
Okay.
That's what the ordinance says. Let's just be
Well,
clear
was it
about that.
reported, and did we follow the ordinance, and why do we have a definition of why we allow one person to have a violation and another person not to?
I don't think there's a definition. No, not that I'm aware of.
John, I think that we can change this conversation. I think the conversation for staff is just mirrors how it works. When you have a waste system that fails, and you have in this case, a rehab, or it could be a single family residence with people living there, are people allowed to continue living in the house knowing that it's failing and knowing that it's getting pumped every couple weeks? And
that's the question.
And that is the question.
And that's my question.
Let's let Richard answer that question, and we can move this meeting along.
That was my question. I don't care who answers it.
So the city, to be clear, because I know the word license was used, and I'm sure the owner can speak to this as well, the city does not issue the residential care facility license. That's issued through the state. We do communicate to the state. We've advised them of a concern we have on another property, but it is up to that agency to do what they will with the information the city provides. We don't have an active hand or a participatory role I mean, we could always comment. We have that participatory role, but in their evaluations of what that board does, we are not part of it. In terms of this, the chair is correct. If somebody starts pumping more than an allotted amount, and I forget the specifics, I almost want to say it's if you do it more than a couple times in 6 months, 2 times in 6 months, then the property is investigated and we seek some sort of solution. And that's what brought us to where we are tonight, is that yes, a case was documented on them and they were permitted to occupy the home. It's my understanding because they immediately complied with us and they were going through the process to remediate the issue. Had they not joined in to remediate the issue, then we would have taken further steps with code enforcement and the building official would have weighed in more. But because they complied, that's what got us here tonight.
So essentially, if you had somebody that wasn't complying, you would, like if it was a home on the beach and the septic system was failing and it was going to the ocean, in this case it's up on the hill, it could be failing, overflowing, going down the street, into the creek, into the ocean, you'd red tag the home, say you can't live in the home, here's a big rubber red stamp, and we got to make this right, otherwise you can't hang out.
Correct.
Right.
If the
My question, though, is, it's my understanding of our inability to regulate these homes, the only thing we are allowed to do is health and safety. And this is health and safety. So is it our policy now that...
John, the staff here has completely complied. You have an owner that's willing and complied and come up with a plan.
I'm
that's
asking a
working for
question.
solution.
I didn't ask you. You know, the problem is I want to find out what our policy is.
I understand
We
that.
were told that we could limit our 78 supposed rehabs by if they violated health and safety or they had an inadequate septic tank or whatever, we could close them down until it was fixed. Now, my question is, have we changed that policy that now, as long as they say they're going to fix it, we let them stay? Because that, saying that we have no control is not true.
And so I understand your question. Code enforcement, at least to my understanding, did not view this issue as a way to regulate residential care facilities. Rather, the septic system was failing. The property owners were very responsive in terms of understanding the problem and working towards a solution. The city's ultimate goal is, once again, compliance with the code. It's not to jam up a residential care facility or kind of work around a potential state preemption issue. Rather, it's code enforcement, and my understanding, it's always been the city's policy is, compliance. That's what we want to get to. So if the applicant and ownership team, as was the case in this instance, was nothing but responsive, hey, what do you guys need? Let's try to fix this. The last thing we as the city staff want to do is to shut them down and then vitiate or kind of curb that goal and march towards compliance.
Okay,
so you are right.
My question really is, how long? Okay, we got 14 years in Nobu or whatever it is. We've got cases like that. Where do we stop? This apparently took 3 or 4 years. 3 years, right? Something like that. I can't remember when he said the slide happened, 2019, I think. If it's health and safety, the reason why it was cut out of the state law, is that a reasonable period? Do the neighbors have to put up with 104 trucks a year? Is it safe? And where's the effluent going? So that's my general question is, how do we handle this? I guess the answer is, as long as they play along, we go along. But that seems to be the answer I'm getting, unless there's a different answer.
And so, Vice Chair Mazza, you are correct, and Director Malika, you can interrupt me. You're right. There's not a specific time deadline in terms of, if you have this, failing septic system, we are going to give you X amount of days. Rather, each case is examined on a case-by-case basis. Your comment, hey, if you kind of just go along or get along, we'll go along, was not the case with this property. We were very, very stern. We were very, very demanding. It was a large process. I understand that you feel that the time may have been too lengthy, and that's entirely appropriate for you to opine on. I'm not here to question that judgment. All I can tell you is that in this instance, the applicant and owner was diligent in responding and trying to get it solved. Therefore, we decided as staff that the best way to get compliance was this process. It does not, in my opinion, limit us should a future property, different property owner. This isn't a precedential standard. No one's going to say, city, you cannot institute any other code enforcement provisions because of what you did here. That's not how it works. That's not how our office would advise code enforcement. Nor would that be how code enforcement operates. So I understand that you're frustrated.
I misspoke on the violation of the license, but that exists for short-term rentals. If this was a short-term rental, the city's prohibited from giving them a license.
Correct. And so I would say that this case has zero precedential value whatsoever to a short-term vacation rental. So that nothing we did here.
Now, my question, if we did like we did on short-term rentals and we had a prohibition against renewal of licenses, this wouldn't have happened, right?
But we can't because go ahead, Director.
As I mentioned, and I apologize to the city attorney for jumping in here. As I mentioned, we can report to the state like we have done. There is a particular property in the city. We've reported them to the state, but we would not be able to block the issuance of the license if you're meaning the license issued by the state as a residential care facility. The city is unable to block the state from issuing that. But you are correct. Short-term rentals, we can block the issuance of the permit because that's controlled by the city. Definitely, if they would have applied for a special event permit or some other type of permit, we would have blocked the processing of those permits until this is complied with.
Okay, one other question, and then I'll let it go to motion. We approve doing certain things, and one of the things we're going to approve here is replacing a failed wastewater treatment system. The second thing is extending the wall. Now, I'd like to put in the resolution. In fact, I'll make a motion to approve the project as resolved, except I'd like to add a provision in the resolution that says if the east-west extension of this soldier pile wall is not installed, then a variance will be required and CDP 21-127 must be amended. And that is what it says in the geological report. So there is a situation where they could replace the septic tank and wait. I think Cher waited 16 years to complete her CDP, and I need to have this wall put in for that house to be safe.
Well, then you need to approve it so we can all approve it and they can get
Well,
building.
I'm making the motion, adding that to the conditions, and that's my motion. Approve as staff recommends with that language. If you want me to repeat it.
Well, no, I was just going to make sure that you wanted to add the two conditions that were floated by staff during the oral presentation.
Oh, and staff's conditions.
I would second that based on that being basically what Christine suggested in his report, that they would need a variance if they didn't do the work, so.
And now, I don't know if this is permissible, but this is given for 3 years before they have to do anything. That's a long time for a health and safety issue. So I would like to, and I'd like to ask whoever's in charge of it, what's a reasonable time to do something like this?
I would say the time to get through plan check and construction is on the order of 1 year, but I'm hesitant to agree to accept anything less than the standard conditions. This is a code enforcement case. The only reason we got here as quick as we did is because code enforcement helped us get through the process.
And that's why I'm making that motion. I'd like to add to my motion, if Craig will do it, that this CDP lasts 2 years.
So you're going to allow 1 year for planning and building and safety and 1 year
Well,
for
he said
construction?
a year and a half, and I'm giving him an extra year from what he
Okay.
said.
Any comment on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. John's concern, as I get it, is that he wants to make sure that the soldier pile wall is going to be constructed within, because the whole thing goes together, the two tie together. I've learned a lot about the process in the last 5 years, and one of the things I've learned is that the city often requires what's called a compliance agreement when the installation of a septic tank or a new septic system is required as part of a general development. And I guess what that compliance agreement does is it says that if you have a house that you're trying to build, for example, it says, okay, but by a certain date, you will submit an application for a wastewater system, and you will respond to all the requests, and you will get that done and inspected and installed not later than fill in the date. And I guess my question is there a compliance agreement that's been required of the applicant in this case? And if so, what is the deadline that has been given to them for the installation of the wastewater treatment system? And if it includes the soldier pile wall, what deadline has been given as to that?
Yeah. Thank you, Mark Armbruster, representing Mr. Peters, the owner here. We do have a compliance agreement that we entered into with the city code enforcement. City Attorney's Office was involved. I think it was signed on September 21st, 2021. Excuse me, 21. And it provides for time limits for getting this work accomplished, and it includes provisions like within 12 months of the execution of this agreement, owners shall have fully completed the installation of the OWTS. It also has some provisions for extensions of that in the event it takes the city a longer time to provide various approvals, plan check, and so forth. We had hoped that this process to date would have been done a year ago, but the city's busy and all that. So bottom line is we already have a compliance agreement that has deadlines built into it with the possibilities for extensions, not because of the owner's lack of diligence, but basically because it's taken the city longer for approvals.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I want to make sure, I think John's point is well taken, but I don't want to put something in the resolution that either conflicts with what's already been agreed to or already been required. I'm just looking for assurance that, in fact, the city has control over making sure that both of these aspects of the project are going to be completed, and that if they're not within the time specified by the city, that the city has the hammer on that.
Patrick, are you comfortable with what's in place?
Yeah, correct. And then if it's the concern of the Planning Commission, which I believe I'm hearing, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Chair Mazza, is that we do not want them to get their permit and then rest on their laurels. Say, I have my permit, you guys cannot touch me. I hear what you're saying in terms of time frame. The compliance agreement was entered into, as Mr. Armbruster said, a couple years ago with higher hopes. So what I would say is that if something along the lines of, failure to diligently respond to staff and code enforcement requests on the status of the project shall result in revocation. Something to that extent. Therefore, we don't have deadlines that may not be able to be met by a function of the process or even the city's review.
Well, I can see what you're saying, except they're already in, now it's not their fault, but they're already in violation of the compliance agreement, from what he said. September.
That's not what he said.
September 12th, 2022.
That is not what was said.
Yeah, no, I said that what I meant was that once the approvals were obtained for the OWTS system, that then there would be 12 months to complete it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's.
so we're not at the 12 months. We're
The
not
clock
at the
hasn't
start date
started
yet.
ticking, but we're nearing the point where it can start ticking.
Okay, so
let's make that happen.
all I'm doing is saying, you got twice that. 24 months instead of 12.
But I don't think there's a reason to add time
Well,
onto that.
I do.
I disagree with you. I think that I'm uncomfortable
That's
with the
how it
existing
depends on how
compliance
you
agreement.
vote. What I have found is, in times past, you can't revoke. And you can say you can, but Don can say it doesn't happen. You cannot revoke a CDP. I mean, it's like doesn't happen, okay? The world has to end. In fact, I don't think the city's ever revoked a CDP in 33 years, okay? So I want a date where I don't have to go back and remember, gee, I should call Richard and say, did you finish it? You know?
Okay, John, we have a comment down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just going to say, maybe I haven't completely explained the compliance agreement. The compliance agreement says that you will do these things by this date, and such extensions as the city may grant if you're moving forward and doing all that stuff. And if you don't, you're in violation of, what is it, Chapter 13 of the municipal code, which imposes the potential violations of $10,000 a day and so on and so on and so on. So that's the hammer I'm talking about. The city has the power to say, you've got to get this done, you've got to get it done by this date. No, we understand that, you know, we've taken extra time and we're going to give you that. But if you don't do it by this date, then you're in violation of the code. You're going to be subject to these fines. Not the revocation of the CDP. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's simply the monetary fine. That's the hammer.
Okay, and as I said before, name me a time when we've done that. We have $10,000 fines a day and they never get paid, okay? It just doesn't happen. So we have to set a date on a CDP when it expires, okay? We have to set a date. We can't do it without setting a date.
If I can, maybe this will clarify, or I don't know, we'll see. The part that seems to be missing here, we have the compliance agreement on the OWTS, but there is no deadline on the pile portion of the project. Is that correct? It was just about the OWTS. So I think what, John, you're saying, let's at least have some deadline on the piles.
Yeah, I mean, we have our city geologist saying this isn't going to work unless those are in. It's not going to work.
Okay, can we make a motion to approve this project and in light of that, make sure that there's a compliance agreement in place that ties together the on-site wastewater treatment system and the piles, et cetera?
Do you have well, that's what that's supposedly what we do, okay?
Okay, so I'm trying to do that. Can we do
Okay,
that?
and
Yes or no?
Well, we still need an end date.
I don't think that we need an end date.
You absolutely cannot pass a
What you need is
CDP.
you need a start date where these guys have an approved plan and you can work from that.
That will happen tonight.
Okay, so let's
Okay.
give them that and then they have a
And
year
it's
as
a
built in.
requirement of the LIP. Every single CDP has an end date. And they can only be extended so far by a new hearing.
So do you want to put it in 3 years?
I want to put it in 2 years. That's my motion, because this is a health and safety issue. And
you-
their
you have
expert
to
said
say
he can do it in a year.
2 years from a date that they have an approved set of plans from our department.
No.
Yes.
It is.
That's only fair.
The first year he said he took to get the permits.
Because of the city. So if we had given them 1 year to do that and it took more than a year and it's the city's fault,
Then he
that's
comes
not
in and
fair.
asks for an extension. That's what everybody.
And then we
who
have
did-
to waste another hour on it. It's ridiculous.
Well, Craig, do I have a second for 2 years? It has to be 2 or 3. It can't be more than 3.
I think we're covered on the OWTS already. It's just what you want to do with the.
Well, we're not covered on the OWTS.
Yeah,
in
it's
that
a year.
effect-
It's a year from when they get the approval.
No, unless extended by staff.
So what's wrong
Same
with that?
difference.
I think we're confusing a couple of different things.
Yeah.
One is if we grant a coastal development permit by the LIP and by the act, it's good for 2 years, right? And you have to begin the construction within 2 years. You have to do sufficient work in order to be able to make an argument to the city attorney that you vested the permit. But that gives you 2 years
That's what I'm doing.
Just sit around, right? A compliance agreement is a different thing. A compliance agreement has to say, you know, you got to, the day it clear, if theoretically, it could say the day that you get your permit, you've got to break ground. It could say whatever you want, but it could impose a shorter time limit than that 2-year limitation.
I agree with that, and I can amend the motion to say, unless a compliance agreement is determined by the city staff within that 2-year period. But to extend a project open season more than the time it takes, given an extra year thrown in, we have to put a date. We have to say 2 or 3 years.
I don't see any open-ended situation here. There's a compliance agreement in place that says they have to come and get through building and safety. And once they get through building and safety, they have a year. What more do you want?
How about if we tie the piles into basically the same compliance agreement? In addition to the OWTS, the piles have to be done within that same period.
That's what I just suggested.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're trying to do. I think both points are well taken.
I see that. I see that it's confusing, but I think that what's been presented to us is sort of what you want to do is already in place.
Okay, well.
And I think that if we tie it together with the piles, that's the perfect solution. Are you
so
okay with that?
the motion is tying it together with the piles with a 2-year CDP.
I don't know. No.
How many years do you want for the CDP? Do you want them
I
to
want
be
a year,
doing 100?
as stated in the compliance agreement, from the time that they get their approval from
our
planning
motion has to
and
say
building and safety.
Our motion has to say the expiration date of the CDP. Usually it says 2 or 3 years. Okay, it must say that. We have no choice but to make that decision. It's part of the Coastal Act. It's part of the LIP. It's part of the municipal code, probably. Okay, so we make the motion that they have to complete both by X date. Okay?
So what's the date?
I'm giving him 2 years. He said he wanted a year. Okay, giving him 2 years. And then
he said he wanted a year from the time that it's through.
It's through right now.
It's not through because they still have to go through building and safety. He says he wants a year from after the time he goes through building and safety.
Okay,
and
that's 2 years ago.
Told you
that's
that
what I'm
it could
giving
take him a year to get through building and safety.
And
or
1
more.
plus 1 equals 2. That's why I came
I
up
don't
with 2.
dispute with that.
Okay, and so that is we need to tie in both.
Am I missing something?
Both must be completed.
No.
I think I would offer an opposing amendment to just say that both the piles and the OWTS have to be done within a year of approval by building and safety.
Okay, and then what's the end date on the CDP?
A year from when it's done.
No, you
building and
can't do
safety.
that. You cannot do that. Can you tell us why?
Well, in terms of the existing condition says the CDP shall expire if the project has not commenced within 3 years after the issuance of the permit.
Right.
So what is it that you're?
2. But you have to have a date.
He doesn't want it commenced. He wants it completed.
Completed. Just change the word completed and say 2. They can always come back with an extension, okay? But they shouldn't have to.
So it's your motion that you want the CDP shall expire if the project has not been completed within 2 years
of building and safety approval.
You can't say that. You have to do 2 years from when we approve it, or 3 years. Well,
Correct. I'm not aware of any CDP expiration set based off of the completion of the project.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So we're saying the same thing.
Exactly. You have to have a date, and it has to be dated as of today, or when you sign it, is when the date, time starts running. That's the law. You have to do that. Okay? So there's 2 things. We have this compliance agreement, staff pushes them along, compliance agreement, whatever. But we must say the end date of the CDP, and then there's a provision for getting an extension.
So you want the end date of the CDP to be July 17th, 2025?
Yeah.
Well, whenever you sign it, 2025.
Okay, so we'll just put that in the record whenever I sign it, 2025.
Well, that's the way it works.
Okay.
Well, they can't do anything until you sign it.
Jeff, can you make a motion for me?
I was hoping somebody could explain what the motion was.
Stand in line.
I just want to make the point that when we issue a CDP, or when the city issues a CDP, it says that the CDP will expire within X years or X period of time if work is not substantially started. I don't think there's a provision in LIP or the Act that says that the permit expires if you don't have it done, if you don't have the work completed.
That would be the power of attaching it to the compliance agreement.
Exactly.
Right, and what I'm worried about, and only in this case, or only in health and safety cases, is we've got neighbors who are having outhouses and trucks, and it's a health and safety issue, and it shouldn't go on year after year after year after year.
Yeah, but
and once you start something, I know a guy who built a house here in Malibu that took 12 years because he put one piling in every year. Now that, you can't do that anymore.
John, I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm just saying you got to find the proper path to get there.
Right.
Okay.
And that path is the CDP expires and they have the compliance.
No, because you can't put a condition on the CDP that it will expire if the work is not completed by a certain date. You can say that the work has to be started, because that's what the law says, but you can't say that you have to finish it by a certain date. If you want to get to that point, if you want to get to the point of requiring completion by a certain date, then the path is the compliance agreement.
Okay, well, our maximum supposed first round is 3 years. So I would say, okay, the CDP is over in 3 years. That's what we normally do to every project we get, and it must be started in 2.
The normal routine is that the CDP is good for 2 years, I think is what we standard issue for. And that's fine. It's just largely irrelevant to what you're trying to achieve.
I know, but what I'm trying to achieve, it's not largely irrelevant. The 2 years is our standard. So part 1 of the amendment, or part 1 of the decision is 2 years standard CDP. Part 2 is both projects must be completed, subject to whatever we're calling.
Part 2 is you have a compliance agreement in place.
Compliance agreement on both projects.
And we're just saying that that's what we want to do.
Yeah, okay, that's That's the motion. We want to include both.
Yes.
And they only have one-on-one, so they have to come up with another one.
I'm confident that our staff can do that.
Okay, well, that's the motion.
And
That's what I've been trying to make.
More importantly, I'm confident that we have an applicant, knowing that he has an open code violation, which is reported to the state, and he has to go and get a permit from the state to operate. It's in his best interest to complete this in as timely of a manner as possible.
Well, so far, we haven't seen the state do anything in Malibu, so that's true. So my motion is what you guys have been talking about. It's just.
Okay, we're not, let's not talk in circles anymore.
Okay, the motion is, number 1, the compliance agreement shall be made with staff on both parts of the project. Number 2, the CDP is for 2 years.
And if I may, Chair.
And then Renika's.
And so, once again, the only reason that the existing compliance agreement did not have specific language regarding this component of the project is at that time, we did not know. I would take the position, and maybe Mr. Armbruster, you may disagree, I would say that you are wrong. They would not be in compliance with that compliance agreement simply by just doing the OWTS. The purpose and fundamental premise of that compliance agreement is you need to rectify the code violation in a safe manner that is approved by the city. And so, well, Vice Chair Mazza and Commissioner Hill, you guys are 100% right. If you read that compliance agreement, it says nothing about the extension of the wall. You're right. However, we as staff would not take the argument. We are in compliance because we have done the OWTS component and we have done absolutely nothing for this other component. I don't believe that argument would fly. Our office would advise code enforcement, and I would advise Mr. Armbruster that no, you are not in compliance. So here comes it is not safe. Here comes the hammer. That is fine if you guys want to belt and suspenders it and simply say, hey, as a condition of approval for this CDP, you must
do it, but it's not necessary.
Correct. Thank you, Chair.
All right. So
that's
John,
my
is that your motion?
Yeah.
Craig,
what I just said is my motion. Yeah, including Renika's. Including Renika's.
Are you going to second that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Can we have a roll call?
Vice Chair Mazza?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yeah.
Chair Peak.
All right, yes, so I just want to know, everybody to know for the record,
Motion
our
carries.
first new public hearing of the in-person meetings has all been unanimously approved, as somebody was asking for earlier this evening.
I did chair.
It's only
one-
9 o'clock.
I did chair one live in-person meeting when I was chair a year ago.
Okay, I apologize.
We had one meeting
Okay, we are now at item 6, 5B.
Is when can I start the work? So hopefully we'll be in good shape.
Great, thank you very much. Have a good evening. 5B, CDP number 19-019 and tentative parcel map 20-001, an application for a tentative parcel map to subdivide 2 lots into a total of 4 lots, 6301 Trancas Canyon Road. I imagine that we are going to start this with any disclosures.
I met with Don Schmitz briefly today, went over basically what was in the staff report and discussed the various aspects of it, but nothing that's not within the staff report. And just because it was one of the great days of my life, in 1976, a group of about 15 or 20 horsemen and a lot of other people held a horse race on this property. Took all day. We had several heats, and the amazing thing was that nobody was carted off in an ambulance or died. But that was 40 some odd years ago.
Thank you for that. Mr. Smith?
I know everybody can hear me anyway. I don't need that. The only thing I have is I talked with our city attorney, both of them actually, Trevor and Mr. Patrick, about my recusal on the project. I'm way over the footage that I can be here to talk on it. So that's all I have.
Craig?
I had a phone conversation with Don Schmitz. I think we sorted out some slight discrepancies in the acreage numbers, probably not significant to discuss further. And I just remember motocross races happening on that property around the same time.
Well, the world has changed.
Yeah.
John?
I talked with Don briefly, and I talked with Pat Healy briefly. Nothing substantial other than the how the lines were drawn, how the Subdivision Act works. Smart to get around that. I had a quick question on recusals. The recusals do not count to your office, correct? Because his office is directly adjacent.
In terms of the FPPC in the Political Reform Act only deals with financial interests. So if there's a ownership I want to say that the mere fact that you go to work someplace is not in and of itself a financial interest. You have a financial interest, I guess, in the source of income, but the real property interest, which is typically the subject of the 500-foot rule or the 500 to 1,000-foot rule, requires an ownership interest in the real property next to it. Not just that you...
I've always been told by Trevor that the 500 feet is mandatory, has nothing to do with any financial interest, and I've been recused on 3 projects in the last year for just living in the area.
No, correct. So if I was inarticulate, I apologize. That one of the financial interests, in fact, the most common financial interest of basically every official in every jurisdiction, is your interest in your home, whether that be an ownership interest or a leasehold interest. They have different standards and different rules apply. Yeah.
That answers my question. I just wondered if offices were included, and they're not. You're not your home.
So, but if a official owns the building where the office is located, he or she
Okay,
would
but
have
if he rents there, no problemo.
And so once again, I'm not aware of the arrangement that any commissioner has in terms of renting office space. What I can tell you is that if any official has a real property financial interest, I believe it's the amount is relatively low. I think it's only $2,000. Don't quote me on that. And it's within 500 feet, then yes, recusal is presumed by the FPPC.
Okay.
Did you have any other disclosures?
Nope.
Okay. I met with Mr. Schmitz on site last week, and I talked with Pat Healy on the phone, and I spoke with our city attorney, Adrian and Richard, about the property. And I would just thought it would be cool if it was owned by the public, and I'll just put that out there, but it's privately held. So that's where we're at. Okay, so staff report. Adrian.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Chair Peak and members of the Planning Commission. The item before you is a request to subdivide 2 existing lots into a total of 4 lots. No new development is proposed as part of the subject application. The local coastal program requires that the applicant identify building pads for future development on each of the resultant lots. The future development of each of the resultant lots is discussed in the staff report, and findings of fact are made in consideration of future development. However, all future development will be processed at a later time under separate coastal development permits. The subject property is located near the intersection of Pacific Coast Highway and Trancas Canyon Road. Existing Lot 2 is a legal lot with a frontage mostly on Pacific Coast Highway and some frontage on Lunita Road. To the west, Parcel 2 is a legal lot with frontage entirely on Trancas Canyon Road. ESHA exists on the west half of the existing Lot 2. However, the future share access road and building pads are identified to be located within existing Lot 1. No impacts to ESHA or sensitive cultural resources are expected as a result of future development on the resulting lots. The site plan on this slide shows the proposed lot configuration and future shared driveway and building pads. The site plan specifically highlights the proposed Lot 1. And this next slide shows highlights the proposed Lot 2. And this one here shows the proposed Lot 3. And this last slide shows the proposed Lot 4. The Environmental Health Administrator and City Geotechnical Consultant reviewers review the future building paths for feasibility and compliance with applicable code requirements. The Fire Department and Water District also review the proposed application and found it consistent with applicable code requirements. The Water District is also requiring a fire hydrant, which has been added as a condition of approval to the project. Oh. And let me go to that last slide again. Staff also added a condition requiring a deed restriction over sensitive cultural resources for future development on and for future development to use the shared driveway. As a result, and with these conditions, staff is recommending the approval of the project, and staff is available for any questions.
I have a couple quick questions.
Quick questions before we listen to speakers?
Yeah, one is, let's right away, let's get our terminology on the lot numbering in conformance, because Adrian, your new lot numbers are backwards from what Don has on his exhibit. And question for staff, I'm just wondering about the noticing, how it works that there's a public parcel right next door to this that was not even mentioned at all in the staff report, whether there's any interaction or anything. This would be a matter of public interest, given that that public parcel is right there. How does the public get notified that the land that they have, you know, everybody's got their pet project they want to see on that, whatever that might be, but so they're only going to see that in the newspaper? Is that the
For this particular project, because there are no story pools, yeah, so the only way they would find out is word of mouth from other neighbors, or they would need read the newspaper. That would be the only way that other people that are not within 500 feet would have known about this.
And I guess if they have serious concerns, those will come in at the CDP stage if they're building things. So, all right, thank you.
Correct.
If I may jump in on that, the only other way I could think of that they would be notified is if they were to identify to the staff that they'd like to be an interested party for that particular parcel. But once again, the catch is right now our particular system, you would need to demonstrate that you're interested in that particular parcel, not necessarily one in the area.
Thank you, Richard. John?
Richard, Adrian, could you show us where the fire hydrant is? Just roughly, is it on lot 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Where the future fire hydrant will be? I'm not sure that has been identified as of yet. It's just a condition that they install one.
Oh, okay.
Wherever the water district or the fire department actually is the one who identifies where it goes.
And they have a will-serve letter?
They do, yes.
Okay, and then a lot of the confusion I've seen written up is there's on all of these drawings, there's the old line for lot 1 is included in the drawing. And normally, I assume that's going away.
Yeah, these are site plans that are trying to show you as much information as you would need to make a decision. But the final, and as you can also see, it is showing a site plan, buildings and topography and things like that. The final parcel map doesn't include any of that information. And it will permanently remove that boundary that divides the two parcels.
Okay, well, that brings up a question. I didn't see it in here, but wouldn't you need to merge the lots before you can subdivide them?
We're getting into a big discussion now. I think, don't we get the applicant up here?
No, what we do is we start with public comment.
Okay, well, last question, and very quick, so we limit public comment. The city has never designated that parcel as a park, correct? The parcel next door, the one the city owns.
The parcel to the north that the city owns, we have not changed the general plan land use designation or the zoning, if that's the question.
Well, the only reason I asked it is you have setbacks from parks. That's not a park. Is that correct?
We have setbacks from a park?
Yeah, on requirements on building.
For buildings, if it's a park that has sensitive resources, then there is a 100-foot setback from that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this a park? Or is this just a piece of land the city owns?
It's not a park, but it's just a lot owned by the city.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, so do we have any public speakers other than the applicant and or anybody virtual? But we will start with the applicant. And Don, what would you like to reserve?
Do we have any other speakers? I see Pat's here and too, so.
We do.
I believe you have speaker slips from Pat Healy and Pam Eilerson.
Okay, so why don't I try and get this wrapped up in 11 minutes? Holler out at me, and we will retain the remainder of the time for rebuttal. So we're already running the clock. Chair Peak, Commissioners, good to see you again. I'm enjoying having this in person, and I am very much relishing not to have to say the words, next slide, please. So staff wrote an excellent report. You've seen the presentation. We have the two existing legal parcels. They both have certificates of compliance or exception. They were created legally under the Subdivision Map Act, which was reviewed in depth by the city staff. The property is been cleared forever. These are pictures from 1965, 1976. You can see it's always been dissed. I've admired the picture of Commissioner Jennings in a full gallop on his horse for years. It wasn't until today I realized that picture was taken on this property. And as you can see, in 2006 and 2014, the property has always been kept cleared. There is no sensitive habitat on it except for the far western portion, which is designated as ESHA under the Local Coastal Program. We did a 2019 biological analysis by Tony Bonekamp, who did confirm that, in fact, the area it mapped as ESHA is ESHA. However, that being said, the remainder of the property is non-native grasses, weeds, and mustard. And accordingly, the city biologist has cleared the project as having no impacts on ESHA whatsoever. There are archaeological sites on the property. The LAN 2028 was mapped by Chester King. LAN 1065 was mapped originally in the 1980s, and we did a supplemental archaeological analysis by Rob Oldarski. He required us to have a 50-foot setback from that archaeological area, which we have incorporated into the project design, and the staff has determined that there would be no impacts to cultural resources. There's also special conditions that any future grading in the site would have to be monitored by an archaeologist. Moving forward, the proposed subdivision, you've got the two parcels. Lot 1 is 14.7 acres. Lot 2 is 10.17 acres. And this is the configuration that we are proposing. The zoning for the property is all R5, and that's also the zoning for the city parcel, which is located to the north. So we're going to go back to that. We're obviously at 24.9 acres. We are well within the criteria for the 4 parcels that we are proposing, but you don't stop there. There is a slope density analysis that we are required under 15.2 of the LCP, which reduces down slightly. We are in accordance with the slope density factor in 15.2. The maximum allowable density is 120 per 5.5 acres. On page 9 of the staff report, it confirms that the project is consistent with the density, taking into account the slope density calculations. But again, you don't stop there. 15.2 requires us to do an analysis as it pertains to the average lot sizes in the area. On a 500-foot radius, the average lot size is 1.1 acres. Our proposed parcels range from just below 6 to 6.5 acres, and the staff report reflects the fact that the proposed lots will be much larger than the average lot size in the area, consistent with 15.2. We are also required in the LCP and the municipal code to any lots which would be created meet the minimum lot size and configurations. We more than comply with that in regards to the width and the depth of the subject lots. That's another box that it is imperative that we check on the project design, and that's reflected in the staff report it shows you both on table 4 the existing and proposed lot configurations, and that we comply in all cases with the lot configurations as well. The LCP also requires that any subdivision doesn't propose any of the building sites beyond slopes over 30%. This is the slope map, which we also added the percentages because you're used to seeing 4-to-1, 3-to-1 on the slope maps. All the development is proposed on slopes 4-to-1 or less, which is 25% slope. Therefore, the entire development is located on very flat portions of the property and consistent with that provision of 15.2. We're also required to cluster the development. We have done so. It's designed to maximize the open space and minimize site disturbance, erosion, sedimentation, and required fuel modification. The houses will be located very close to each other with overlapping fuel modification zones. This is reflected in the staff report and their findings for approval that we have, in fact, appropriately clustered the development on the site. This is page 18 of the staff report. We are also required to provide fire department compliant access. That access cannot be graded on slopes which exceed 30%. You can see highlighted in red the access to each of the 4 building sites. It includes a cul-de-sac turnaround, and that, Commissioner Mazza, is most likely where the fire department will want to see our hydrant to be located. Or they've got the extra room where they can park the truck and attach to the hydrant. And you can see here the stamp from Wally Collins, Los Angeles County Fire Department, approving the access configuration. The findings also require that we minimize impacts to visual resources. We do. You need to look at the proposal within the confines of what would occur if there wasn't the subdivision, for instance, as one parcel is entirely along Pacific Coast Highway, and as you know, there's a road cut there. Any development coming off of Pacific Coast Highway, we'd have to do additional grading. The development would be located much closer to Pacific Coast Highway. Plus, where the location where these homes are proposed has as the backdrop our neighbors in the subdivision back behind us. So we appreciate the staff findings that in fact we have laid out the project in a fashion which is sensitive to the scenic resources of Pacific Coast Highway. And then lastly, there was percolation testing which was done on site. I can see EPD has left the room, but he was also our septic consultant on this. We have proven out the percolation testing for the property. We have more than adequate percolation rates, plenty of room for the septic system. So Public Works has reviewed that and found that we are in conformance with that provision as required in 15.2 as well. So in conclusion, and I will retain the rest of the time for rebuttal here, but the project is going to have no impacts to ESHA whatsoever, none. The proposed subdivision and future development will have no impacts to cultural resources. We accept the deed restriction to set aside those identified archaeological sites that have been concisely delineated on the property, and we will do no development as defined in the code in that area. And there are numerous policies and regulations and codes in 13.9 and Chapter 15 with the city regulations. We comply with all of them. The minimum lot area, lot depth, and lot width requirements, the applicable development and design standards, the clustering of the development, conforming to the maximum density, taking into account the slope density criteria, and the provisions related to on-site wastewater. We did put a lot of work into this, and we did try to create a project that was eminently defensible, and I'd like to say we're just pure geniuses, but the fact of the matter is this is an extremely rare piece of property for Malibu. It's extremely flat. It doesn't have any sense of habitat on it. It's been cleared for many, many, many decades. The densities which are promulgated in the code and proposed by the applicant are much lower than all the surrounding development in the area. So if ever there was a place where subdivision was appropriate, we believe that this is a property that meets that test. So with that, I'd like to retain the remainder of our time for rebuttal, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Wow, Don. Thank you. You have more than 11, or you went in less than 11 minutes, I think. Yeah, not bad. Okay, is Pam around? Pam? Pam Eilerson, followed by Pat Healy. And do we have any virtual or no?
There's no raised hands.
All right.
Chair Peak, I'm with you. I have been religiously buying lottery tickets for years because I wanted to win that $30 million and donate that land to the city. I am here as a member of the board of the directors of the Malibu West Homeowners Association, which is right across the street from this project. We've always wanted Drankus Field to remain open space to the greatest extent possible, and so do most of our surrounding neighbors. Several years ago, as was mentioned, the city acquired 35 acres of the upper field to prevent its development, and it's now an open space park enjoyed by Malibu West residents and the whole community. We request that the Planning Commission require as a condition of approval of the tentative tract map that prior to the recordation of the final parcel map, an irrevocable deed restriction free of any liens and other encumbrances for privately owned natural open space be placed on the 14+ acre portion of the tentative parcel map. This will guarantee that all development will be clustered on the remaining 10+ acres as required by the local coastal program. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Pat?
Good evening, Commissioners. Please put two conditions of approval on this tentative parcel map before you. The first condition is that prior to the recording of the final map, a deed restriction be placed dedicating the 14+ acres in parcel 2 as natural, privately owned open space in perpetuity. The second condition is a notation to be placed on the final map prior to its recordation, delineating the 14+ acre as perpetual, privately owned natural open space. This condition is needed since the final map will no longer indicate the boundaries between parcel 1 and parcel 2. For the approval of a tentative parcel map, it's required by the LIP 15.2 that all development has to be clustered. This has been done, but this alone is not enough. Without these two requested conditions, future development could take place on parcel 2 and the clustering requirement would no longer be met. Placing conditions 1 and 2 will guarantee the preservation of the 14 acres of natural, privately owned open space on Trancas Field. Remember, the LIP requires that open space is maximized for a parcel map to be approved. Maximizing open space will minimize site disturbance, erosion, sedimentation, and required fuel modification, and minimizes impacts to visual resources. Preserving this 14 acres is most important to guarantee the protection of public views from PCH and from the city-owned open space parkland directly above. Moreover, adding condition 1 and 2, the Commission can truly make the required CDP finding that this project is the least environmentally damaging alternative, and the Commission can make the required findings for land division set forth in LIP section 15.2b. Besides the LIP requirement, Malibu residents would like this field to be natural open space, and this will guarantee it, and there's no legitimate reason for the developer to object to this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. That's it? Nobody else?
We do have a virtual speaker.
Okay.
Joe Drummond.
Hi there. I do agree, just looking at the map and seeing that this used to be all open space, that it should be, if they are going to cut those 2 lots into 4, that they should retain 14 acres of the frontage along PCH as open space. And if Trancas Field is a park, I don't know if what number is that one? Sorry, I'm just I'm looking at lot 4, is it too close to the park? But either way, as long as they agree, as the owners agree to donate 14 acres as open space, then I think that's a good idea. And otherwise, I think the 2 lots need to be merged first, and then they can cut it up into 4. But whatever you guys decide. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Schmitz.
Before you start the clock, Rebecca, if you could please go back to my last conclusion slide. Again, for the record, Don Schmitz on behalf of Third Point Land LLC. First of all, I appreciate the comments of Pat and Pam, but I disagree, and let me explain why. For a number of different reasons, they're somewhat putting the cart before the horse here. This is a subdivision. We are clustering the development. We are modifying the lot lines. And staff can do an adequate job in regards to this notion that you need to go through some two-step process to tie all the lots together and then re-subdivide. I've done many subdivisions up and down the state of California with multiple parcels. It just doesn't work that way. You throw it all into the kitty, you're doing a subdivision, the old lot lines go away completely. So what you see in regards to the configuration of the subdivision is what you will end up with. Now, in regards to a dedication of open space, I think it was Pat that said there's no legitimate basis for the applicant to oppose that. I think that the proper way of posing that question is there a legitimate basis for the city as a regulatory body to require it? And there's not. There's just no nexus between the development proposal that is before you and an exaction to take a huge portion of that property. But I do want to point out some things on what will happen in the future, logically. And everybody here are very seasoned campaigners when it comes to the entitlement process in the city of Malibu. Each one of these houses is going to have to process a coastal development permit. Each one of these houses is going to have to meet the criteria. There are restrictions that have been placed on the subdivision in regards to the location of those houses and how they're designed, and we're okay with all of that. But there are limitations in regards to the developable area. The building site area, as you are very much familiar with. We can't go beyond that. It's been posed, well, what can you do with that, with those flags that run along Pacific Coast Highway? Hey, Don, they're pretty narrow in there. They're like 75, 50 feet in width. But there's other constraints as well. There is the ESHA, which is located over here on the western side of the property. This drainage is not an ESHA, but then we also have right here, which is the easement, which comes up to the city property. Now, assertions that it is a park or open space are just completely erroneous. And so Ms. Drummond is factually incorrect in regards to that. We don't know what the city is going to do with their property. I'm pretty confident the city doesn't know what they're going to be doing with that property. I know that the city's having conversations with the HCD in regards to where they're going to be putting housing. It is currently zoned for housing. I've heard conversations about an equestrian facility, an open space park. A lot of things might happen. We don't want to foreclose our opportunity to perhaps be part of that. Is this an area, these flags along Pacific Coast Highway, where we could be proposing guest houses and things of that shape? No. No, it's not. That would not comport with the building site area limitations. But could we entertain something as it pertains to agriculture, a bridle path, a riding ring, or something like that, only with appropriate coastal development permits from the city of Malibu. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And so I understand that certain people would just like it if the applicants would give a huge chunk of their property as a dedicated open space, but it's just not appropriate at this time to talk about what can happen in that area in the future. When the property owners come forward for their homes, then we can have those conversations. So with that, I think I want to wrap up and put a smile on everybody's face to leave actually a minute or two on the table here, but we are in agreement with the special conditions. There's a lot of them, but they are well thought out, and I would just urge you, commissioners, you're on a run. I sure hope you can keep it going tonight. I would love to get not only an approval, but a unanimous one would put a smile on my face. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and I do appreciate your time very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Jeff.
I have some questions. We're not, understatement to say we don't deal with subdivisions very often. And so some of the terminology and procedures are not as familiar to us as the other procedures in the Coastal Act. So let me ask a couple of questions of staff. For example, in the resolution, it talks about under section 5, I think it's page 10 of 16. The CDP will expire if certificates of compliance for each adjusted lot are not recorded within 3 years of the approval of this permit. My limited experience with subdivisions is that certificates of compliance are something that was required by the Coastal Commission for lots that were subdivided prior to the existence of the Coastal Act, and I'm trying to figure out how a certificate of compliance figures into what we're doing here, or what the city's doing here in regard to the tentative map.
So that's a very good point, actually. So I believe that is actually a mistake in the resolution. So the certificate of compliance is a process for lot mergers and lot line adjustments. And instead, this is a parcel map. And so the certificate of compliance basically identifies a legal property, and it's recorded with the county recorder's office, and it memorializes the boundaries of the parcel. In this case, the final parcel map takes the place of a certificate of compliance. So the final parcel map would be what's recorded with the county, and that memorializes the final lot configuration.
So what do we do with paragraphs 5 and 6? Do we strike them? If we were to approve this subdivision, are we going to strike those? Page 10 of 16.
While we're looking at that, is there a date when this parcel map has to be filed?
Could I get an answer to my question, John? I haven't really.
It's part of that question. I just wanted to.
Well, you can answer it later on. We can decide before we get to a motion on this thing if we get there. So this is a tentative parcel map, right? And we approve it, if we approve it. And then there's a final map, right? What happens between the tentative map and the final map? What is it that has to be done between the tentative map and the final map?
Correct. I must be in the wrong.
My apologies. I was still looking for the section you were asking about before. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, well, yes. My question now is what happens between the approval of the tentative map and the recordation of a final map? What steps have to be completed, if any, between those two events?
Yeah, so there are a few steps with the city engineer. So there's a number of documents that are submitted to the city engineer. And once they have all the documents and have met all the conditions of approval that are required to be complied with prior to the final map recordation, then they will schedule the item for a city council meeting, and then the city council will, will accept the final map, and then the final map will be recorded after that.
Okay, so is the process between the granting of or the acceptance of the tentative map and the granting of the final map a ministerial, or are there discretionary aspects to the final decision?
Well, there is a final decision by City Council, but the process is ministerial, and then it's again reported to the City Council, who will decide whether everything has, everything that is applicable to the final map has been properly processed and identified on the map. And then, like I said, they'll approve the final map, and then it's recorded after that.
Okay, so there's another term that we've used or we've heard used often, and that's vesting tentative map. And what's the distinction between a vesting tentative map and the tentative map that we're considering here tonight?
The vesting map in this city requires that they process the future development of the property, and when you process the future development, they will then have the rights to develop that development in compliance with the code that exists today. So if they choose to do that development, 10 years from now, they would not be required to bring that development up to the code and standards that would be applicable 10 years from today, but instead would just comply with the standards of today.
Okay, so that's really all I have right now, except that before we conclude this, I need an answer to what we're going to do about these references to certificates of compliance, which, as I understand what you're saying, are not relevant to this particular proceeding. And before I stop, let me say that it's a little confusing, and I don't know who, but, so some of the documents we have and the maps that we're presented with number the lots from west to east in declining order, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some of the materials reverse that. So it's really difficult to know which lot, when you say that, well, such and such a lot has dimensions of such and such, it's really difficult to know which lot you're talking about.
That's what I was
So
saying.
somebody needs to clarify that. I don't know whether it's ultimately important for the map. I guess it might be, but somebody needs to clarify that. And those are my remarks at this point.
Thank you, Jeff. Dennis?
To go back and answer, I'm sorry, to answer the first question, we can substitute the phrase certificate of compliance with a final parcel map.
Thank you, Adrian. Dennis, do you have any comments?
You can come back to me.
Okay, Craig?
Yeah, I have a couple of big concerns, but a couple of questions ahead of that. One question for Don. Just what is the purpose of the hammerhead sort of shovel shape to what you have called Lot 2 at the west end versus what Adrian's called Lot 3 that's over in the area that's labeled Army Corps CDFW jurisdictional feature? Why did you not just split the flagpole lengths into widths that would just get you to the end? Instead, you saved out a big chunk of Lot 2. Is that in any way because that reserves a potential parcel, or not parcel, but a potential building site on Lunita? Why did you guys break it out that way?
Through the chair, Commissioner Hill, no. And if you're referring to the exhibits in the staff report aren't great. If you want, I can put the PowerPoint slide that shows the parcels. But the configuration of the parcels over there, the flags, were just to get the acreages. That area over in there is ESHA, setbacks from ESHA, archaeological sites. So the whole western portion of that property where those flags are is just really not suitable for.
I just wondered why the widths were not just adjusted accordingly, so at least three of the flags went to the end. It seems a sort of a deliberate move there that you could have avoided doing just by adjusting the widths.
No, not at all.
No
In
purpose
fact,
there.
if you take a look at the acreages on the parcels, you can see they line up pretty concisely. But the distances from west to east, the frontage along Trancas it varies. And so to make sure that it's kind of like pushing on a water balloon. You poke it on one spot, it bulges out someplace else. So we had to make sure that we met the areas. We had to accommodate the setbacks from the archaeological site, the fire department access, the lot dimensions for the buildable site of the parcel, and then of course the acreages. So no, that really had nothing to do with it. And if the concern goes towards The articulated discussion before about setting aside as an open space area, I think everything from that ESHA to the west, I don't think that that would be something that we have a problem with, Commissioner Hill.
Right. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So a bigger concern for the whole commission here. We have, let's see, where are my pages here? We have, this subdivision applies in an urbanized area. And we have a language here that says that a lead agency, which is the city here, shall determine whether a particular area meets the criteria in this section, either by examining the area or by referring to a map prepared by the U.S. Bureau of the Census, which designates the area as urbanized. So, city's the lead agency. The lead agency can choose whether to examine the area or use a map, and we as the Planning Commission are the decision-making body in the first instance here. So I think it's our discretion to choose what criteria we would use to define whether this is an urbanized area or not. The general plan expressly says that this is not an urbanized area. So if we want to approve it as is, we'd have to affirmatively ignore the general plan in favor of using the federal census map. But what we have in the staff report on page 3 is that for this class 15, these parcel divisions have to be this whole thing has to be in conformance with the general plan. So we have a conundrum here where we're saying it has to be in conformance with the general plan, but we're also saying implicitly, let's ignore the general plan and just go with the federal census map. Now, as to what urbanized may or may not be, there's a further definition, and this is in the footnote on page 3, but it comes from the same language that says, an urbanized area means a central city or group of contiguous cities with a population of 50,000 or more, but we're not that, together with adjacent densely populated areas having a population density of at least 1,000 persons per square mile. So I don't think we meet any of those, and even if we looked at the 1,000 persons per square mile, well, Malibu has very nearly 20 square miles. It's 19.9 something, and a population of approximately 10,000. So in those round numbers, that yields a density of about 500 people per square mile. That's about half the minimum density required to be designated as urbanized. So my first concern and question is, can we ignore the general plan and just go, sure, because the federal census map just says, yeah, this is Southern California, it's all urbanized, but by these other definitions, we're not urbanized. And this concern, how we address this, might potentially create some leverage to memorialize the clustering that's required in a way to say, yeah, develop lots 1, 2, 3, 4 in what was the original lot 1 and leave the rest of the original lot 2 as private open space. Maybe this could give us the leverage to get past that. I have a second big concern here, but maybe somebody wants to weigh in on the urban question first.
I'd like to understand your reasoning, because as I am reading the staff report, if we were to say, no, we don't think this is an urban area, that just bumps you back into the CEQA question, right? And then the CEQA question becomes, is it in conformance with the general plan and the zoning? And how do you argue that it's not in conformance with the general plan and the zoning?
Because the general plan says we're not urbanized.
Right, but the zoning says.
So the zoning.
5 acres.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just saying, if we're calling it urbanized, I don't know that that's accurate.
John, did you have any comments?
You have a comment on that?
He's done.
Okay, well, my other point in question is that this is, as other people have sort of alluded to, as I look at this, this is definitely calling for either a merger or a lot line adjustment. The merger would work, and the reason being is that And I talked to Don about this, and he said, well, no, we can just, in his words, we can glom it all together in one move. But I don't see any glom procedure in the LCP. What I see is that, in doing a subdivision, there's nothing in 15.2 that says when you divide a parcel, you can also change its perimeter contour, which is what we'd be talking about doing with both these parcels. Sure, you could divide a parcel in half if you kept the perimeter, and you could divide both of these in half and get 4 lots in some way, or I guess you don't get 4 lots out of or 2 lots out of the lot 1, because it's not quite, well, whatever. But once you're playing with the perimeter contour of either of those lots, you either have to merge them first into one lot and then do the subdivision on that one lot, or you have to do a lot line adjustment to accommodate these bends and twists that you want to get to. I don't think you can just say we have 2 discrete lots that we can split each in half, and somehow that gets us to a different perimeter contour. So, I mean, it may just be a matter of they need to apply for it and, pay the fee for the lot line adjustment or whatever, but it seems like a conceptual step that's missing here. Adrian, can you maybe clarify that?
I'll try.
You understand what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Okay.
I do understand what you're saying. I guess the answer to your question is you can adjust property boundaries through a parcel map. So, and I'm strictly talking about the Subdivision Map Act. The municipal code and the local coastal program may be silent on the issue. But in terms of the Subdivision Map Act, you can adjust lot boundaries. So if you have, for example, 5 legal lots and you wanted to reconfigure those so that you could still maintain the 5 legal lots, but just a different configuration, the process that you could do for that is, in fact, you wouldn't be able to do that through a lot line adjustment. It would be a track map. So, again, a parcel map or a track map is the mechanism that can be used in the Subdivision Map Act to rearrange property boundaries. And so, in this case, the parcel map is both reconfiguring the 2 existing lots as well as creating 2 new lots.
My confusion is just that about, 20 years or so ago, there was something where a lot line adjustment was required in order to get to the new configuration, the new shapes of the lots. So I don't know what was maybe different about that case.
And I'm not sure which case specifically, but what we've done in the past, when you have, let's just say, 3 lots, and the outcome of the project would result in 2 lots, but with a different configuration, is that we have processed a lot merger and a lot line adjustment for those applications. And we've done the entitlements for both. For those type of projects. And so, but like I said, that's different than a parcel map, because a parcel map is one where it basically can do both. It can readjust the boundaries and create new boundaries.
Well, then Commissioner Jennings is right. We don't deal with these very often. And I just wonder if we can, in fact, memorialize the clustering, if that wouldn't be something that we have the discretion to do, as some of the residents there have requested, to just say, we have this requirement under 15.2.2 that the development be clustered to maximize open space, et cetera. Why wouldn't we just memorialize that? We have the discretion to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the requirements is that they cluster the development, and so if you have any ideas on conditions that would, in essence, allow the clustering to be a requirement when they propose future development, we can certainly add those conditions.
Well, I think what we're hearing from Don is that the original Lot 2, the part along the highway, is maybe not, we're hearing sort of two things. One, we might want to save it for some potential use that might fit there, but we're also hearing it's not really useful because they're very narrow lots, so we couldn't really do much there anyway. So I'm thinking it would make the community happier to just say, you know what, that area isn't very useful. Let's just like allay everybody's concerns and call that open space. And that might create a lot of goodwill in terms of what you can get done on those remaining 4 lots.
I just thought maybe they want a little bit of a tax credit. We could do something and get some more land, but you know, I don't know. John.
Okay, this is a question for Patrick. We have the ability to put conditions on the use of this property as part of this approval. We're not limited to doing that, other than as precluded by the LIP.
I wouldn't say that the LIP is the only authority constraining you. I would say that the U.S. Constitution and the case law interpreting said document similarly has to. So I believe I see where you're going, and I will tell you that the standard for an exaction of the kind that was floated by some esteemed residents tonight, as Mr. Schmidt said, you need a essential nexus and then a rough proportionality between what it is that the city is asking for and then the impacts of the request, in this instance, the proposed land division. So if that is the will or direction of this commission tonight, I apologize. I would hesitate and advise you guys not to adopt anything with that condition, but rather direct myself or the city attorney's office with staff to work with the applicant to maybe get something that's mutually agreeable. Because yes, and once again, I'm not sure what it looks like, what you have in mind, but a large public open space dedication requirement for a proposal like this. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying please provide our office a bit more time to examine that issue more thoroughly.
I'm not talking about a public open space. I'm talking about a private open space.
My logic would apply equally to either of those.
Well, one is a burden on them having the public trooping around their land, and one isn't.
And once again, if I misspoke, Vice Chair Mazza, I apologize, but the exact same thing applies, whether it be a requirement that they privately deed restricted for open space, or as you said before, have it open space and let the public, I believe the term you used, trounce around.
Okay, well, I look at Don's proposed subdivision where he's got the blue lines and the red and the green and all that, and I look at that strip, and there's none of those lots where you could go down to the end without crossing a major, you may not call it an issue, but it's a gully, and I would call it an issue when he came back. And it also would include including major development being, in the case, bridges, okay, over these, because you're not going to be able to let people troop around these all have, well, 3 of them have drains under the highway. 1 of them washed out part of the highway about 5 years ago. So maybe it's 10 years ago. I don't get that right too often, but and actually took the lane out. So I can do 2 things. I'm going to make a motion to approve the project as it stands with the change in 4 and 5 to final parcel map instead of whatever language was in there, as Adrian suggested. And because I don't consider the land buildable when you take into the fact that clustering is required. There's no way you can cluster those 4 tail ends because they're going to be separately owned and they have the gullies going Don's number 4 has a gully that precludes you using it. Number 3 does. Number 2 doesn't, but it's only 75 feet wide. No, actually, 2 does. And number 1 has got two big ones. So my first motion would be to say that this property requires clustering, and it is not approvable with development that far away from the clustering. It's literally hundreds and hundreds of feet from where the cluster is. So that's my rationale for saying those should be dedicated as private open space. And that's what originally is the highway lot, whatever you want to call it, 1 or 2, it gets numbered different ways. The alternate motion, if that doesn't pass, is that, and to help you out, that would require a continuance until that is worked out. And they continue the hearing. Or number 2, the motion would be Adrian's language and requiring that all development, everything, including what makes me nervous here is staff earlier in the meeting said we can prove anything we feel like, basically. That's not very reassuring. So I would say all development of any of the lots must be clustered on what he calls lot 2, and I think you call lot 1, the lot that the houses are on. He can do whatever he wants with the rest of it, but he can't build a thing. No development, and that includes walls, bridges, whatever development is. Not habitable development, all development.
What about if the city needed to have an easement, where the city's easement is to access the other land that it owns? What if that needed to be developed?
We don't consider a road access development.
What if you needed?
It's excluded.
What if you needed a retaining wall?
It's excluded. That's a city CDP, okay?
That's a city CDP that would go in an area where there's an easement.
Right, it's already granted.
I might be inclined to support something, but wasn't clear to me what the 2 alternate motions.
Well, one alternate is to continue it and have the attorneys.
Okay. So let's start with the first one, and I would like to second it and offer you an amendment.
Okay, I'm making a motion, Adrian's 4 and 5, and
approving the map.
Well, tentatively approving the map.
Subject to a open space restriction.
Subject to an open space restriction coming back at another hearing worked out between the city and the owners. Owner, as long as it's one owner. Owners if they do anything else. So nothing gets passed. We continue it until they work it out. That's number 1.
Okay, let's just hold there. Pause. Patrick.
Correct, and so I just want to make sure that I understand. So I would similarly advise any approval of the proposed subdivision contingent on a subsequent step. I understand your point. Everyone, I don't want to call it the elephant in the room, everyone gets the issue. I would advise against, as I said, because once this is approved, then, as Adrian said, that process is somewhat ministerial after the fact. And I would feel uncomfortable, and once again, this is kind of, I haven't delved deep into the Subdivision Map Act. I would think that it's probably not advisable, if not
I'm not
prohibited.
making a motion to approve it.
Oh, you're not? Okay, sorry then, I'll shut up.
I'm making a motion to continue
Got
it.
it, perfect, thank you.
Continue it until you work it out, and if we agree with what you worked out, we'll approve it next hearing. That's my first motion.
Okay, I will second your motion to continue the hearing to direct staff to talk with the applicant and work out something that it deals with what has been discussed tonight in regards to 4 and 5, which I think is a non-issue, but dealing with the concerns of the community
that regards to open space and those kind of things, and the concerns of the applicant that are, this is my property and I have a right to develop it.
Okay, now, I want to make sure, I want to emphasize that I don't need to put it in the motion, that clustering is a requirement, okay? It's a requirement.
But isn't
And so
clustering a requirement of this regardless?
Right.
100%. And
That's
so,
why it should be negotiated in that fashion.
but
So you want to uncluster it and look at
No,
something more?
I'm just saying, I'm directing staff. Remember,
Just
you got to
messing with
cluster
you,
it,
John.
okay? I could use another word, but
Mr. Chair? Can I?
You can.
If I bought lot number 2, and I don't want anybody on my property, and I'm worried about the insurance of somebody coming off of PCH and wandering around over there, and I've decided, well, I need to fence this. Can they fence this?
I don't think you can put a fence around more than a certain amount of, I think it's quarter acre Malibu in general. You cannot put a fence around it.
So somebody trips and falls on your little 75-foot wide thing over there and they get hurt, now what?
they're trespassing. This is a private agreement,
So we've got
not
signs,
a public open space.
we've got
we're
signs on
asking for.
PCH that says private property, all the same thing that we normally have?
That's up to the owner. If he wants to protect himself from trespass, he needs a sign. If he doesn't care about trespass, he doesn't need a sign. That's just the law.
The motion, as I understand it, is to continue the item and to not bring it back until an agreement has been worked out between the property owner and the staff with respect to what can and cannot be done on those strips. Is that the motion?
Well, the motion is no development.
Hey, you know, if they want to come back with an agreement that's something that's a little bit outside of that and says there's no development there along those lines and a portion of that comes to the city, that would be awesome. I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
I'm asking, I'm just trying to get the motion, guys. The motion, as I understand it, is that, is with your just adjustment of it, is that it's continued until the owners agree that there can be no development at all on those strips. Is that the motion?
Until they come to a legal,
Well, that's, no.
until they come to a legal agreement with our city attorney.
Maybe I can rephrase it, there's already the requirement of clustering, that this would be a memorialization of a specific definition of how the clustering would occur on these parcels.
And so the agreement is going to be, we're not going to say it's public open space, but it's public open space.
No.
Private.
No, they're not.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We're not going to say it's private open space, but in fact, it's private open space.
No, they can dedicate for private open space.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
Not all the time.
Maybe they'll work out some kind of tax thing.
I'd like to hear from the applicant. Don?
Thank you, Chair Peak. So I've conferred with my client, I understand the concerns. I'm going to speak specifically to what you have been deliberating on. We feel pretty strongly about our position on this, but we understand the stated concern. We've been working on this for 4 years. We'd like to walk out here with an approval. So perhaps there's a way that we can assuage your concerns. Now, the definition of clustering is subjective, but there are objective development standards in our LCP in regards to a single-family home. I hope we can agree on that. Also, the stated concerns that you have seem to apply to specific areas of the property. Commissioner Mazza mentioned the drainages on the west-hand side. I understand that. I understand the ESHA in that area. I understand Commissioner Hill's concerns in regards to how we had to have the bell-shaped area to meet the acreage and everything on the parcel size. Why don't we come up with an equitable compromise tonight? We've got the middle part of the property. I don't want to get into a legal argument with the city attorney in regards to the nexus in the proportionality. I'm here to win a project, not win an argument. But that being said, perhaps we can assuage your concerns and the concerns of the community if we agree to a private open space conservation easement on the western side of the property, say where that middle ravine is and where the ESHA is, which would take that all completely out of the equation. And one other point of clarification. You misstated my testimony, Commissioner Hill. I didn't say we couldn't do anything over in this flag area along Pacific Coast Highway. I said it was highly unlikely that we would be doing any structures. I just want to reiterate, if there's anything that we would be envisioning for these 4 property owners, it might be some agricultural use, it might be some equestrian use, some very low impact uses. So I just wanted to clarify that.
4 holes of
Can I
golf,
comment?
maybe?
Can I comment? Go ahead.
We're all going to have a chance to comment.
we all.
Don, thank you very much. Hopefully we can get to something like that with our city attorney's advice.
Oh, I had an idea, but go ahead.
Well, one of the things that, when I saw this design, is it occurred to me, assuming that these properties are now owned by one entity, one thing that they might consider doing is saying, okay, we're going to form a homeowners association, and that's going to be the areas that are, the strips are going to be common area of the homeowners association, and it's going to be useful for, you know, whatever the homeowners association can get a permit to do on that area. It might be agricultural, it might be equestrian, it might be whatever, it might be a swimming pool, it might be, you know, there are lots of things that they might consider doing. And I understand that the people in the community want to have it declared open space. I'm sure they wouldn't like it if we were to suggest that their property be declared open space, but, you know, it's not their property, it's other people's property, so they're fine with that. But I really think, you know, if I heard you talking earlier, John, about Bluebird Canyon and the potential for horrible liability and all the rest of that stuff. I think if you talk about taking people's property, you're just walking right into that.
Well, let me comment on that. We're not taking people's property. We're giving them a clustered development, which is required, okay? Required. We're giving them a clustered development. There is no place on this property, this lot 1 or whatever you want to call a long one, where it can be clustered with the houses as proposed. They're 400, 500, 600 feet away, whatever development there is. That is not clustered, okay? So the reason I'm saying this is I don't want to have some staff person 20 years from now saying, well, they can have a swim club down there. It's just for 4 of them. No, it's not clustered. And number 2.
But then that would be subject to a CDP, which you could then say no.
Yeah. But we that's not us. That's somebody whenever they do it. And this is, we are giving, we are not taking, we are giving. Okay? Right now they have 2 lots. And this is a conditional situation where we can put conditions on it. That's no question about that. So, and we are required to have clustering. So we're telling our attorney under this situation, we wanted to work out some use of that if they want to keep title, and I don't think they need title to make gigantic houses, but they want to keep title because that's what gave them the 5 acres. They get to build up here. That's the only reason there's 4 lots, because they don't want to go through a subdivision, okay? And this requires clustering, and I can see no possible way you can cluster buildings on those strips with this configuration. And therefore, clustering is going to be run around in a circle. Pat's right on that. So we can say, yeah, you can use it, walk on it, trail on it, whatever, no development. Because that's what clustering means. And that's what we're offering to work out. Now, yeah, you can go to your guy and say, yeah, you got 5 acres and you got trails, and I'll give you an example about exaction. Okay? Well, we sat in a situation right across the street from where he lives, where the courts took 500 and something acres and said, you can walk on it, guy. That's all you can do. And no remuneration at all. Okay, that's a court LA County Court decision that passed appeals. So we can work out a deal like that, whatever he wants to call it. But we don't have to say.
Rather than just repeating the same arguments.
I'd like to hear.
Let's actually move toward working out the deal rather than just regurgitating the same words over and
Well,
over.
we're going to have our attorney said he wants to work it out because he's got to make sure it's legal.
But so.
That's why I made it that way.
Right, but so, Chair, if I may, the heartburn from the city attorney's office is greatly reduced, if not entirely vitiated, if the applicant is, of course, in agreement. So I'm not sure, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Schmitz, about if you're in agreement. I recall there was some offer, so if that's what's on the table, the city attorney's office is fine with that, if the applicant is in agreement.
Okay, now what I want to point out though is the same applicant told us 20 minutes ago it's unbuildable, what he's given us.
Chair,
Don't worry about it, it's unbuildable.
if I may also point out, if it helps the commission, both in the city's MMC and the LIP, specifically LIP 3.6H, it limits all residential development to a 2-acre area, a continuous convex. You would be unable, you'd be inconsistent with the LIP and the MMC if you stuck a pool down at the PCH end of this and the house at the Trancas Canyon end.
That wouldn't be the reason for why we got a sheet in here, A1.1, that has a highlighted 2-acre area on each parcel, would it? I was just checking.
That would answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
So,
So, John, do you want to look at that real quick? Did you look at that, A1.1? It shows you the area where they're allowed to do development.
yeah, that's what I was talking about, is they're not allowed to develop on this, so why are we saying, go ahead and let them do it, give them the
I don't
possibility of
think
doing
that
development?
I don't think that we're letting them do anything other than subdivide these lots in this form, and the development footprint is limited to 2 acres.
Well, if that's in the, if that's in the condition, that it's limited to 2 acres,
Richard just clarified that that's what the code says.
does the condition say that? Because we are now giving them the ability to build on this on current codes forever.
Well, I do have a question in regards to that specifically. The way that was discussed earlier, if this map is approved, they build under the building code for 2023 indefinitely, even if they don't come in with a project that's
No,
that's
that was
not accurate.
that's if they had a vesting time.
Got it. Okay.
Say what?
Thank you for clarifying
Right.
that. Understood.
Yeah,
No
Andrew,
need.
Adrian, you can correct me. I still believe they have to comply with the building code. It's the development standards at the time. The building code, if they came back in 8 years, they
They
couldn't
have to
go
apply-
back.
Okay.
Okay, so why don't we put that in as the condition? And they can't develop those lots, those tail ends.
Where are you coming in on this?
Can we do
Yeah,
that?
I mean, and Richard, you can, typically we don't make it a practice of putting every single applicable LCP provision or MMC in the conditions of approval. They apply regardless. So they are there.
But 5, 10, 15 years later, we go, oh, what was that? And
I don't believe so. But then similarly, I guess if these standards were to change, you would then be faced with a parcel who is basically subject to old development standards that no longer apply anywhere in the city.
that's why it needs to be in the conditions.
I mean, and so once again, I guess that's up to the wisdom and discretion of the planning commission. But the point of this proposed subdivision is, once again, as staff explained, that there's certain standards that they have to meet. Everyone knows what they are.
I want to ask Richard a question on this.
Let's do one more question to Richard, and then
Okay.
I have a question for the applicant.
This clustering 2 acres is the code now. Is there any reason why we can't memorialize that and not have to, and then we can approve this? If we memorialize that they can't build on this stuff. Develop, not build, develop, right? No bridges, no swimming pools, no thises, no that's, right? If that's the case, we don't need to bother about that as open space. It is open space.
Typically, something like that is done through an open space deed restriction, but you would be essentially memorializing, as the city attorney's office pointed out, memorializing our existing code. And I would find it hard to believe the city would ever remove that, given its character, but that would be the advantages, that you would lock this into a particular code. But as I mentioned, it is there. It would require state approval to change that at this point.
Well, except we have very strange things happen in Malibu, like development agreements where we have vertical walls that count as horizontal. Okay?
Are we good with where we're at right now?
Yeah.
Can we move forward?
Yeah.
Thank you. Dennis?
Does this property have drainage easements? Are there already easements for the, I guess would be our city property to drain across these 4 lots?
Those drainage easements are called gravity in nature. I
But-
don't think that there's any drainage.
So there's no pipes, or there's nothing in the ground over there now to let it drain? Okay.
No.
I think
There
it just
is on
goes-
the highway.
On the highway, it drains off of the highway on one side, but on the uphill side, there's no structure that's built
Okay.
other than what comes off the road.
Okay.
There's nothing down in the dirt.
No, coming down the hill. That major Esha.
Yeah?
Well, yeah, I understand.
He's saying that there's not.
I understand
like,
that.
a
That
metal pipe.
wasn't my question. The question is, you can't, if there's easements for drainage from our city property to go across this, you can't build on that anyway. And in my subdivision track work all those years, people would have storm drains that went down on the side of their house. Lord knows people will try and put a garage on top of that, and they have to take it down. So my question here is that the case? Do we have
There's a beautiful
easements?
road easement that's on your map in front of you right now.
I got
that
it.
Goes to the property above. And that's awesome.
Can I get,
Oh, no, Don, I have a question for you. So there was a discussion a minute ago, I know you talked with with the owner about the western portion down from that drainage ditch west.
Yeah, from the Esha.
If we were to come up with some sort of an approval and direct you to work with our city attorney and come up with some sort of agreement for that, I would like that to happen if it can, and if we could try to widen the easement for the access to the city-owned parcel. I think that would make for better ingress and egress off of PCH should that ever be used. And the reason for saying that is that I think it would be better to deal with it now while there's one owner than dealing with it in the future where you have the potential for having to deal with 4 owners. That's the only reason for that.
So you want to limit our use, but you want to expand out the city? I'm just
No,
messing
we
with
want
you.
to allow you the use of
I know,
having
I know.
4 parcels instead of 2. That's
There's
what we
only
want
one
to do.
owner, Skylar.
I know there's only one owner right now.
I mean, that has got only one owner.
What? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that road easement right there.
Look, the problem I have with, Chair, is that what I understand we're trying to do is to say, this is the way we'd like to work it, go back and work with staff to come up with a solution, which would then come back to us, at which point we would say, not good enough. Go back again and do it again. Who would rely on this body to actually say, yeah, we'll give it the discretion to staff to come up with a deal, which we will then
Well,
approve?
then let's get the language done right now, if we're comfortable with that. If we can do that and we have an applicant that's willing.
What do you
I said,
think?
let's get, whatever that language is, let's get it done right now. I'd much rather do it right now.
Which is what I think he said about a half an hour ago, which I'm urging.
That's why I brought him back up.
No, can you read?
Chair
what-
Peak?
What are you asking for?
I'm looking at the survey here. It's a hell of an easement now. It's like a 60-foot wide easement that the city's got. If there's, I've already expressed a strong desire to walk out of here with a approval stamp. Okay, if there's, I think that we would be willing to accept that we work with the city if and when they design their access road into the park, if they need slope easements or wider easement. Yeah, we would be willing to do that. We would also be willing to, from the Esha to the west, we would accept an open space deed restriction on that. And of course, as already discussed, we're going to be complying with all the development standards in the LCP.
Would you be willing to accept a deed restriction from the city's road easement west?
You'd get the votes for that.
What about the drainage right down the middle, which is still, that's some major acreage? Because the ESHA is pretty far over to the west. That one drainage, which is a non-ESHA drainage, which also I think brought up concerns with Commissioner Mazza about bridges and stuff, and we're really not envisioning anything like that. What about from that over to the western prolongation of the
My thought would be that you go from the city easement because that's all the area beneath the city parcel, which we don't know if that's going to be a park or what it will be, but it would sure be nice to know that there is no development of any sort, whether it's building or agriculture or whatever, directly below the city parcel. So I think going from that easement, and maybe the areas east of the city easement aren't as big of a concern because whatever might happen there wouldn't be sort of within the sort of, I don't know, I'm going to say the psychic ambit or the psychological ambit of the city parcel.
Otherwise, for
Commissioner Hill, that sounds disconcertingly close to the city essentially exacting all the property from my clients from the city park or residential project between there and Pacific Coast Highway.
Well,
I'm not much liking, no, please let me finish. I'm not much liking the sound of that. Now, there was conversations in regards to protecting ESHA. I agree with that. There was conversations in making sure that there wasn't a configuration on the far western side that would facilitate some sort of stealth development over there. And there's been conversations, appropriately so, about us complying with the 2-acre convex and the development standards. We always fully intended to do that as well. Yes, Chair Pete.
I understand what you're saying in regards to that. The community would really like to get that whole lower zone. You know what certain people that live in the exact area would like. I understand the concerns that you have. Aside from, I mean, so what you're saying is that you're willing to say, we'll go from that drainage just to the west, and that's what we're comfortable with.
Yes.
No.
Well, you may not be, but others may be.
You have to understand, he's negotiating for something that's not allowed, okay?
So my point.
And so when you say.
John, the point of what I'm trying to make here is that the city has a road easement right there. He's not going to be able to, no property owner is going to be allowed to get any permitted development in the area that you're discussing. So whether we have them agree to an open space easement or not, if he wants to go down there and farm vegetables, they're allowed to. If they want to go down there and ride horses on a portion of that, that's their property. You can't take that away from them.
And they can use that.
And if he says, if you're willing to approve this, I'm willing to give you a open space easement over this portion of it, at this point, I'd say be grateful for
That's from here on.
Yeah, well, what'd you have before that?
What did I have before that? I had the absolute right to say he can't build there. This is a conditional approval. It's not, we can exact conditions, as Patrick said, because we are giving him 4 parcels.
Okay, well, I would like to make.
And before you make a motion, I want to make sure you understand that they can use that road too. It's a public road.
They would be members of the public.
Okay, so they can use the road. Yeah, they can drive in and put their little guest house right there. Okay, just drive right into it. Don't even bother going up Trancas.
I just don't understand how you would do that other than
get in your car and
possible for lot 1, but or I don't know how you number these lots, but actually I don't think that would be possible.
What do you mean? You come off the highway,
yeah,
on the road, and you hang a left on each 4 of them.
You would hang a left? I think you would hang a right.
No,
I'm
you're
very confused.
coming down the highway in a car.
Yeah, you'd make
Here's
a
the
right.
road easement, you make a right, and then you go left into your property. The next guy goes left into his, the next guy goes left into his, next guy goes left into his.
Yeah, but you
And then he
can't
puts
build-
his,
You can't build a guest house there because you're limited to 2 acres of development, and that's pushing you
if
up
we
on the
put
other
this
side.
in the resolution,
I understand that that's part of the municipal code. Am I wrong in that, Richard?
that doesn't mean you're not gonna get a development agreement.
You are correct, Chair. It's in both the MMC and also the LIP.
And also, the development agreement must come to this body as well as the city council.
Okay.
Chair Peak, Pat looks like she has something constructive to offer. Can we give her a moment here?
I have no problem with that. But it's 10:30
Well, that is,
for
this
the
is
record,
planning.
10:25.
10:30 is our time, not the whole city.
Taking advantage of being live and in person now by recognizing somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's another one right here.
Pat?
The reason I was asking for these conditions to be put on is to notify future owners. I mean, if it's recorded, future owners will know they cannot develop on that parcel. Without the recordation, they won't know. I mean, 10, 20 years from now, somebody, the house is there, gets sold, and so they don't have notice that they can't build outside that 10-acre development area. They can go down, and I think one of the reasons Don wants to limit it is so they could go down. I mean, if you put up the map, I can explain it better, but...
So, Pat, I understand with what you're saying,
just
but if
want
they're, hold on,
recordation
if
for the
they're
future.
limited to the 2-acre footprint
I'm
for
sorry, I'm hard of hearing and I can't hear you.
they're limited to a 2-acre footprint for development.
Right, but
So they
how-
can't extend beyond that. That's indefinite. That doesn't stop at any point in time. That doesn't, if you're a new owner in 30
that's
years from
why I
now,
want it
that condition exists. That's part of the code.
And what Pat
Yeah,
said,
Unless the code changes, and it changes for everyone.
The purpose of recording something like that is to give future owners notice that they can't develop on that 14 plus acres.
But a future owner would have to come to the city to apply for a
Yeah, but
permit
who's
in
going to
order to
remember
develop.
20 years from now,
We
Skylar?
remember on every single, we're remembering right now how the lot lines are and what's recorded on them. That's what happens when you come to apply for something.
Skylar, let me ask you this. If that is the condition, the law says current codes today, forever, why shouldn't it be recorded? What is the harm? Pat's correct. People 30 years from now will not know the code in 2023, and neither will the staff.
But so the issue with that is that in 90 years from now, who's going to remember the code from 2023 for which we would apply it to? And that's the issue, that as a property owner, they have typically they would have the ability to enjoy any changes in the development standards.
That's not what they said. That's not what Richard said. It's locked in today.
I don't believe Richard ever said that. If he said it and I missed it and I didn't correct him, that's on me. I don't believe he ever said that. Me and him have discussed this project at length, along with Adrian, and so.
So you get two choices. You can take this code now, but if it changes, you can use that one. But if you want to take advantage of the code today, you can keep it forever. That makes no sense.
John, nobody said that. That was a vesting tentative map.
Right, this is not a vesting, so the benefit of a vesting tentative tract map is that you get the development standards, not the building code standards, the development standards that are in place at the time you get it. My understanding, this is not the application for that. So what they are simply doing is trying to subdivide land, and then whenever they come to try to develop something on either of these parcels, whatever standards apply, they would have to comply with. And once again, I've never seen it in my a little over a decade of doing this, where a planning commission or a body says, even though you didn't ask for a vesting tentative tract map, what we're gonna do is lock you in, once again, in perpetuity, which is a different thing. A deed restriction would be a different thing. So if the future property owners wanted to do anything, they would email the city attorney's office and say, what happened in 2023? How do we unwind this? How are you subjecting me to a development standard that is long gone, long in the past, and for all we know is more restrictive or less restrictive?
So am I correct? They get the choice of today or the future?
No, unless this gets approved, and then Mr. Schmitz and his client get the final map and then show up the next day, yes, they would enjoy the benefits of the code, provided it's not amended between now and whenever they apply for their.
So I understood Richard saying they got the code today. That's not true. They get the code today until it changes. Is that right?
Correct, and that's why I mentioned I doubt that this community would be changing the code, but the current code has this condition in it. Whenever development takes place on these lots, it'll be whatever the current code is. I don't anticipate we would be changing that portion of the code.
Okay, now would you allow on a residential property farming? It's not in the code that you can farm.
Okay, John.
Or would you allow a swimming pool?
There's people that are farming on their property right now and have farms.
Yes, our code in the rural residential neighborhood allows for agricultural uses, and it has very detailed descriptions. It goes so far as to go between plants and animal uses.
Yeah.
Do you want to restrict that here?
No, what I want to say is no development.
Okay. Don, question for you.
Yes, sir.
You had a conversation with your applicant or your owner. How did that go?
The conversation was enlightening as always. So we're listening. We're trying to address the concerns. A new concern about us using a city-improved road to have an off-ramp to a secondary dwelling unit or something is definitely not really part of this conversation. Let me go one step further to try and address your concerns here. The area that we're talking about is beautiful flat land. It's been disked for half a century at least. And yeah, we would like to perhaps in the future have conversations with the city about agricultural uses, low intensity uses, a park, a bridle path, something like that. Not a secondary dwelling unit, not a pool, not these things that are scary and are causing a lot of angst. So that is already currently regulated by the code. If you want to put that on the record, that is something that we're trying to address here, I will still give you from that, even though I have to tell you, I think it's legally unwarranted, but from that central drainage all the way across to the far western side, a blanket open space deed restriction, and that is our position for the remainder of it, which is again very low intensity things.
Craig?
Yeah, so I just would want to know if you would do that, what would you gain or what would you be giving up to extend that over to the city's easement?
He just told you.
Well, you need to give us that. Why don't you give us the rest of it?
Well, that still gives you the whole portion directly under those lots. I don't know how many acres that is. It's like, I don't know, 8 acres or something, that you would still be able to do the agriculture or whatever. But why, if you give up the end, why not just give up to the city easement?
Commissioner Hill, we've got, Pat, I find your presence highly intimidating. You're
it's
quite
like
a presence here.
It's like Donald Trump behind Hillary.
Yeah, tell me about it. And you know what Hillary said about Donald Trump at the debates, okay? So let's not go there. There's a certain amount of incrementalism happening here, and we took the legal position that the exaction was not warranted, and it's not. And so now I've come from Off of that, I said, let's give you an open space deed restriction to address your concerns from the ESHA area over. Chair Peak put my feet to the fire and said, what about from that central drainage? I've said okay to that. I'm going on the record saying this area from the central drainage all the way over to the east, we're not going to do pools, we're not going to do, no, to the east, from the central drainage to the east. Okay, we're not going to do pools. We're not going to do secondary dwelling units. We're going to abide by the city codes as it pertains to the 2-acre development convex. We would like to retain the area in question from that central drainage for agricultural and equestrian uses.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
To the west.
No, it's, I understand where you're at. Thank you.
Part of my question was if you've got that city right of way and they decide to use it and put in a road there or whatever, then you're sort of cut off from the rest of it anyway. So if you're talking about an equestrian, a bridle path, you're just, the path goes across the road. I don't know. It just seems like that's a clear
Sounds
delineation.
like a beautiful path. Maybe it's a little putting area. I don't know. But
does dark skies apply to this?
dark skies
area?
applies for the 500th time to everything, including the next project that you're going to hear.
No, I know, but once you build whatever you're building, your bridle path, can you throw up 500, 850 watt lamps?
No,
So
only if you approve it. And you give them
well,
a variance
that's true.
to do it.
Maybe
So
I'll
if
get you in a good
that,
mood, Commissioner Mazza. But anything that we're talking about here will require review and approval by the city. Every single thing we're talking about, and everything will have to comply with all the codes, including dark skies.
Do you agree that this body here approved a corral as a structure? Okay, so you're limiting things like that, huh?
I'm eliminating things like secondary dwelling units, barns, pools, things of that nature. I would still like to retain the opportunity to come back and have a conversation with you in the future about low-intensity uses like park areas and farming and yes, equestrian uses.
Okay. Don, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Can we have Paz make a comment?
I just want to say.
This is going.
One last comment.
Pat, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're going to let him talk and you're not going to let the homeowners association talk?
I have this has gotten out of control right now with how much back and forth there is over this and talking in circles about something. I would like to get to the point where we have.
There's been no back and forth with the homeowners association.
I will call on you in 1 second, okay? Hold on, please. We had a motion. I offered a second. It got all jumbled up. There is no longer a motion, and I just want to be.
Why do you say that? You withdrew your second?
Yes, I just want to be clear about that for the record. So, Pat, I'm going to ask you to speak.
Owners by a deed restriction for private open space. The LIP says that open space has to be maximized to the greatest extent possible. So it has to be maximized, not minimized, and that's what Don's trying to do. He's trying to minimize the open space.
I don't think, okay.
My 2 cents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I respectfully disagree because we are subject to the development standards, which again require the development for these when they come with an application for them to be clustered and limits that footprint to 2 acres. I don't know how to be more clear. That's what's in the code and that's what we have to abide by. So there's.
The discussion is over the gray area between what is clearly structure and subject to the 2-acre constraint. And there's the gray area between that and open space that has, whether it's agricultural or a corral or something else that is development, and loosely speaking, but
not if it's modular and doesn't have a foundation into the ground. I don't think it's a development structure. Don, I just want to be clear with you that if you're willing to grant that open space restriction for the drainage ditch to the west.
Yes, sir, from the central drainage.
Okay.
Everything from there over to the western terminus of the property.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know what he's talking about.
If,
I mean, it's not
If you want to pull.
Okay, just so that we can do
pull
that
up
for
a
the
slide
public,
and.
can we pull up, I don't know if you can pull up A1.2?
Or if you put up my PowerPoint slide, I've got the, it shows the drainages, it shows.
Just so that everybody understands what we're discussing.
Oh, gosh.
I think it's like 4.
Yeah, start from the beginning, I'll move fast till I get to it.
No. I think it's 8.
Oh, you have those archaeological
Okay,
areas too.
so this shows it, I think. So this is the ESHA drainage, and this is the city easement, and this is the drainage in the middle of the property between the easement and the far western prolongation. So what we're talking about is from this non-ESHA area in here, everything over to the west as an open space conservation easement.
Can I see the archaeology map?
Oh, yeah, I can go back to that.
Because suddenly, maybe it makes sense to say, now we're,
This
horse
is-
trading here, but maybe you include both of those yellow
I mean,
humps.
I don't even think you need to because.
That's actually a good point.
Okay.
That's actually a good point because we have already accepted a open space deed restriction over the archaeological areas. Now, I think that the main focus on that was this, but that open space deed restriction.
So you're okay with that applying
yes,
from
to-
that
to
archaeological
this
site
edge.
adjacent to PCH west to?
Yes.
Right, so and then
Baylor.
if you come that far east, you might as well come to the city easement then.
Yeah, I think that Don really appreciates your optimism, Craig, as I do.
Now, can I ask?
No, because I
Kenny,
made a
what?
motion. I would need a second at that point. So the motion would be to approve the tract map, subject to the clarification, I think, on items 4 and page 8, 4 and 5, there was some language.
Conditions 5 and 6.
Conditions 5 and 6, and then having a open space easement from the,
Yellow line.
no, from the archaeological site as indicated with Don's red laser.
Land 2028, the eastern edge of land 2028.
LAN 2028.
All the way to the western property line.
To Baylor Road, to PCH in the city-owned parcel.
Yes.
And I guess that's what I would like to do. Thank you. Can we have a roll
Friendly
call?
amendment?
What would that be?
That amendment would be that the entire property is subject to dark skies. The vacant property.
John, the entire parcel is subject to the dark sky ordinance.
Yeah, and the dark sky ordinance says you can have 850 watt bulbs. Drive around and look.
Okay, how about this? Are you okay with having no lighting on the lower portion of that property? And you wouldn't get it if you applied for it on your permit anyways?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, my
So-
client's looking at me, but yes.
And Chair Peak, I apologize, and even though I have the utmost trust in the gentleman before me and his clients, I would modify your open space deed restriction to the satisfaction of the city attorney's office, not because we plan to deviate from this, but as you can imagine, reasonable minds may disagree about the exact provisions of that, and so I want to be able to hold
Okay,
his
that's
feet to the
fine.
fire.
So does that mean it comes back to us as a resolution?
No, that was not my suggestion.
Consent for approval.
If that's what you guys would like, it can, but no, that
don't think it
was
needs
not
to.
the point of
we gotta
mine.
have consent.
No, I don't think it needs to come back to us.
How do we know what he's gonna do?
I have full trust in our city attorney.
You do?
Yes, I do.
We never lose law cases, do we? Full trust.
Chair, can you take a vote?
So may we please have a roll call?
Chair Peak,
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings? Yes. Commissioner Hill?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Chair Mazza?
The only reason I'm saying no is we get no more review. No.
Motion carries.
And I hope everybody remembers this body set a tent as a structure.
Well, hey, at least it wasn't 150 campsites, you know? I thought that they were going to go to the MRCA and come back with something real fun. Okay, does anybody need a break, or are you good to power through?
Motion to adjourn. It's well past 10:30.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I believe Planning Director Malika wanted to mention something?
So before we adjourn, I'd like to make a motion to continue the last item.
Hold on, no, stop. Richard.
Just a question for the commission. Looking at Planning Commission Resolution 1259, it actually states that no new items after 11 p.m. I'm wondering if we're missing something here, and the reason why I ask
we
is...
modified that by consensus a couple of years ago at least to 10:30, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's...
And that's fine, and if that is the case then?
Right, if that's the will of the commission, it's totally fine. We just wanted to make sure that you were...
Before we do that, I'd like to make a motion to continue the last item.
Hold on. Are you guys okay starting the next item, or do you not want to start it? There's...
I don't care about that. Yeah, I would like to do it.
Well, can you turn your mic on?
I think the point is that while the rule says that we can't start anything after 11 o'clock, we can move to adjourn at 8 o'clock. I mean, it doesn't matter when we want to move to adjourn. The motion is in order, but personally, I would like to go forward and push it through.
Okay.
I just thought it might take a while.
Statement there. We did this so we could get things done and not make mistakes.
Okay, I'm going to...
And so when we say, okay, well, this particular one we'll continue, but that one we won't, is not really fair to applicants. We have a standard. We've always used it.
I think
And
the standard is 11 p.m.
no, the standard's 10:30. It was changed.
It's been 10:30
Okay,
since
if
I
the
came
standard
on in
is
2019.
10:30, then let's be consistent with that. But even in light of that, do you want to hear this item, or no? No. No, okay.
I think it would take too long.
Okay.
What is it, though? I want to continue it, so they have a date.
So you continue it to the next hearing.
Or is that what staff would recommend?
Yes, we can place it on that agenda.
Okay, so what do I say in the motion? The item 5C is continued to
And I'm working
blah,
on,
blah, blah, what date it is.
and I'm working on that for you right now.
First date in August 7th?
It would be August 7th.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so we need to vote on that.
Can we have a roll call?
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mazza.
Yes.
Wait,
Chair
actually,
Peak. I'm sorry?
yes.
Yes. Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Jennings?
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes, but I just want to point out that in fairness to the applicants, then what we need to do is actually get our work done in an orderly fashion and not spend so much time repeating arguments over and over again. Maybe we can actually get the things that are on the agenda completed.
Well, I'd like to make the statement that we should do what is necessary to do it properly, and that's why we don't get paid.
Commissioners,
Now I make a motion, did we already vote?
I would like to call Commissioner
were
Smith,
talking.
please.
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, motion to adjourn. No, we just voted to continue.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I will second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Now that we're meeting in person, do we have to do the roll call every time?
We typically do, but everybody said aye.
So hang on,
We're
the
good.
meeting's over. Let's just, we don't need to communicate. Correct. And so we